watched the sun come up today. I wish that you'd been there to see it, but you were only half awake, and nothing ever stops you dreaming, but you're all I need, honestly. I just wanted you to know that I'll never let you go, so stay with me. I find myself lost in your mind. It stops me thinking for a minute. I know the world could be just fine. As long as you are always in it. I see the glitter in your eyes. When you say that we're together. Always moving, always mine. Never talking about forever, but you're all I need, honestly. I just wanted you to know that I'll never let you go, so stay.
How you feel about it? People say you ain't gonna be shit. Late night staying up, wishing you was different. The pills inside your dress is your only friend. Might take 2 or 3, cause what's the difference? Slow it down, trying to make a change because your father moved you out of town. Used to be a city girl, but living in the country now. Used to be a open book, but now you keep a secret, cause they the only thing that never leaving. How you feel about me now? Would you wanna be me? How you feel about me now? Would you come and see me? How you feel about me now? Would you just believe me? I'm sorry I don't make it easy. How you feel about me now? How you feel about me now? I try, I cry, better luck next time. Sleeping through the day and night, just anything to pass the time. Never thought of making friends, cause on my own I feel alright. Anytime I'm off the drugs, the only time I feel alive. All these thoughts go around and round in my head, but they ain't never seen to make sense. To be honest, I don't give a shit about your 2 cents. What I ever gotta prove to them? Cause I'm changing, I'm playing my favorite songs. I hate you, I hate me, I hate it all. How you feel about me now? Would you wanna be me? How you feel about me now? Would you come and see me? How you feel about me now? Would you just believe me? I'm sorry I don't make it easy. How you feel about me now? Would you wanna be me? How you feel about me now? Would you come and see me? How you feel about me now? Would you just believe me? I'm sorry I don't make it easy. I'm sorry. We at the same spot, but in two different places. Scared of commitment, got dreams to be larger than life, but you waiting and too scared of chasing. I know you hate it. Daddy left when you was young, so you ain't had love in your life. Blur the line between sex and affection, so you keep confusing love with a vice. Maybe tonight I could take it away, but I'm scared that you'll put up a fight. Kissing your body right down to your neck, could you choke up and tell me it don't feel right? Lost in the moment, the heat of your body against mine and make everything feel alright. Always just thought you keep wearing diamonds on diamonds, even in the daytime, you still shining bright. You know that you had me from the moment that I met you, moment that I met you. Too many nights with the lips locked. You don't wanna talk, cause I guess you think I'm easy to forget. Ooh. Cause we don't think the same, but damn, I wish we did. Caught between your ways and something in me. You push me out the way with all your innocence. I guess we're bound to break, but you're okay with it. Cause we don't think the same, but damn, I wish we did. Caught between your ways and something in me. Push me out the way with all your innocence. Guess we're bound to break. We still at the same spot, but I'm feeling closer now. Maybe it's all of the pills in my system, or all of this liquor that I ain't chasing down. Can you tell me now if you're gonna help me float, or just leave me all alone to drown? Can you tell me right now? Can you tell me right now? Oh, I'm so fucking sorry if I'm not enough. Anyone can buy your purses, but I promise they can buy your love. I know I felt this before. Maybe you're the devil in a brand new dress. You know that you had me from the moment that I met you, moment that I met you. Too many nights with the lips locked. You don't wanna talk, cause I guess you think I'm easy to forget. Ooh. Cause we don't think the same, but damn, I wish we did. Caught between your ways and something in me. You push me out the way with all your innocence. I guess we're bound to break, but you're okay with it. Cause we don't think the same, but damn, I wish we did. Caught between your ways and something in me. Push me out the way with all your innocence. Guess we're bound to break.
I'll never leave the party again.
I must have caught you at a bad time. The dial tone is like a flat line. This isn't really what I had in mind. Cause I said last time was the last time. It's far away, and I know you won't be home tonight. But I saw your face, and it's so I watched 1,000 times. You forgot your name, and you lost your faith in all your lies. You lost your way, you lost your way. Oh God, this woman you got, I'm all looking. Is that what gets you off? Swore I wouldn't, I probably shouldn't, but heaven feels too far compared to where you are. Compared to where you are. Oh, why would you leave
я где? Где я? Подскажите. Просыпаюсь утром, чувствуя себя так ярко. Какой прекрасный день и не так жарко. Появились заряд силы и улыбка на лице. Мне непонятно ничего, мы где в отпуске. Хочу рассказать об этом счастье по всем домам. Буду петь от души и кричать с крыш по городам. Никаких забот и стрессов больше нет, только хорошие. Чувствую себя таким живым, и все только начинается. Где я, где я, где я? Ла-ла-ла-ла-ла. В какой стране я? Ла-ла-ла-ла-ла. Нет войн, нет бедности, никаких злых людей. Не понимаю, как такое возможно, скажи поскорей. Расскажи мне, у нас поменялось правление. Если это так, то это просто шикарное объявление. Так где я? Хожу по улицам, гуляю с бодростью в шагах. Люди вокруг меня, радостно вздыхаю я, ах. Нет времени для печали, хорошее настроение у меня. Каждый день это шанс начать все с нуля. Как здорово, что поменялась вся система. И больше не существует никакой дилеммы. Нет больше границ, я могу куда хочу ехать. Все бесплатно, хотелось всегда в Австралию поехать. Задаюсь вопросом, люди добрые, где я, где я, где я? Ла-ла-ла-ла-ла. В какой стране я? Ла-ла-ла-ла-ла. Нет войн, нет бедности, никаких злых людей. Я не понимаю, как такое возможно, скажи поскорей. Где я? Где я, где я, где я? Я ла-ла-ла-ла-ла. В какой стране я? Ла-ла-ла-ла-ла. Нет войн, бедности, никаких злых людей. Я не понимаю, как такое возможно, скажи поскорей. Расскажи мне, у нас поменялось правление. Если это так, то это просто шикарное объявление. Так где я? Хорошо, садись, расскажу тебе все. Эта история чудесная, и все не мое. Вот тебе мой секрет. Такой страны и города нет, ты в раю.
Looking on my blunt tattoo, not here. If I stay alone, I will feel. Stay alone, I will. Looking on my blunt tattoo, not here. If I stay alone, I will feel better. When I go outside, I'm speechless. When nobody's home, I feel great. Looking on my blunt tattoo, not here. If I stay alone, I will feel better. Looking on my blunt tattoo, not here. If I stay alone, I will feel better. When I go
I can't see the issue. Yeah, believe me, I need to keep myself in line. But I don't need to kiss you. Hey, we can make it tonight. Baby, that's just fine. Don't know what I'm doing. Feel like I am going crazy. Keep it down. You look good, you know it. I can tell you're soaking up all of it now. Hey, hey, listen to what I say. Let's get to it and we won't call nobody. Yeah, we won't call nobody. Hey, hey, listen to what I say. Let's get to it and we won't call nobody.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera dan salam UiTM Dihatiku. Yang berusaha Dr. Wan Najmiyah binti Wan Ma'adnan, penceramah jemputan kita pada pagi ini. Yang dihormati AJK Kelab Debat dan Pidato dan AJK Kelab Pusat Kecemerlangan Akedemik serta para hadirin yang dihormati sekalian. Mencari timba si anak dara di bawah sarang borong tepua. Salam sembah pembuka bicara. Selamat datang buat semua. Alhamdulillah, syukur kehadrat ilahi dengan limpah dan kurnianya dapat kita bersama-sama dalam Bengkel Presentscore yang merupakan sesi yang diharapkan menjadi panduan kepada kita semua. Sebelum kita melangkah lebih jauh ke majlis kita pada pagi ini, marilah bersama-sama kita menyanyikan lagu Negaraku dan Wawasan Setia Warga UiTM.
Kita warga UiTM, kita bangsa perkasa. Setiaku untuk negara, penuh semangat wajar. Kita jangan mudah terlupa pengorbanan perjuangan anak bangsa. Kita jangan mudah terleka kemajuan keamanan yang ada. Kita berterima kasih pada pemimpin-pemimpin negara. Kita rasa penuh bersyukur kerahmatan kemuliaan darinya. Kamilah pendukung pewaris bangsa, kamilah perawat bangsa Malaysia, kamilah warga berwawasan untuk negaraku.
Bagi memberkati perjalanan majlis kita pada hari ini, marilah bersama-sama kita melarang tangan untuk bacaan doa yang akan dikendalikan oleh Khairil Tamzi. Dipersilakan.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Wassalatu wassalamu ala asyrafil mursalin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajmain. Allahumma innaka khalaqul azim, innaka samiul alim, innaka ghafurur rahim, innaka rabbul arsyil azim. Ya Allah, kami memohon kepadamu di pada hari mulia yang ini. Iman yang teguh, hati yang khusyuk, keyakinan yang benar, ilmu yang bermanfaat, amalan yang soleh, tubuh badan yang sihat, akal yang cerdas dan kesejahteraan yang berkekalan supaya kami dapat terus mengabdikan diri kepadamu. Ya Rahman, Ya Rahim, bersempena dengan program pada hari ini, kami memohon kepadamu agar engkau berkatilah program ini dengan limpahan rahmatmu. Amin, amin, ya Rabbal Alamin.
Amin, amin, ya Rabbal Alamin. Terima kasih diucapkan kepada pembaca doa atas bacaan doa itu sebentar tadi. Hadirin yang dihormati sekalian, tanpa melengahkan masa lagi, dengan segala hormatnya, majlis menjemput Dr. Wan Najmiah binti Wan Mak Adenan untuk menyampaikan ceramah beliau. Majlis dengan segala hormatnya mempersilakan.
Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi taala wabarakatuh. Okay, let me share my slide first. Give me a second, ya. Okay, you're able to see my slide, right?
Boleh?
Okay, good. All right, give me a second to readjust few things first. Okay, so Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi taala wabarakatuh. Good morning, everyone. How are you guys feeling today?
Feeling great, man.
Feeling great. Okay, Alhamdulillah. May I know how many are here who used to be my students? Can you raise up your hands? So that I can see how many of you are at my students or my students. Okay, so we have how many are in the group currently?
There are 78 people, Madam.
Oh, okay, good. All right. Okay, so let's start. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Okay, so the topic today that we're going to talk about is going to be long, but I'll try to make it interesting. Okay, it's not just me going to give the talk. If you've been in my class before, you know that I don't just talk on my own. So I require participation from you guys as well. So the topic that we're going to discuss today is basically divided into 3 sections. Yeah, I'm not sure whether you're aware of that, but this morning we're going to talk about how to design a winning presentation outline. And this, since your workshop or our talk today is all about present score, so my focus is on how you can present well, how you can communicate well, and in terms of the first topic is how to design a winning presentation outline, and the second one we're going to move on in terms of how to build your confidence when you're speaking. And the third session, we're going to focus on how to improve your delivery in terms of when you are projecting your points, how to improve your delivery. So basically, how to design a winning presentation outline is something quite similar to not just in public speaking, which is very helpful as well. But when we say about outlining, okay, it's not just public speaking that you need outlines, but when you're presenting in class, you need an outline. Okay, when you are talking, you need an outline. Okay, always think in an outline. So it doesn't matter what kind of speaking that you are going to give. Okay, it always start with an outline. Okay, so what do I mean by it always start with an outline? Okay, now my first question, how awake are you right now? Can you give me the answer using emojis and put it in the chat box so that I can see how many are aware right now? How many are actually awake right now? We have 68 in the what do you call that? In the what do you call in the Google Meet right now? Okay, so can you give me your emojis, whether you are still sleeping or you are surviving or you are fully awake, just to see how many of you are actually here because you wanted to be here or because you are forced to be here. Okay, I can see somebody's currently surviving. Okay, that's honest. Don't worry, you can be honest today. So are you still sleeping? Some are still sleeping? Oh, Hani Farhana, what's that emoji about? Okay, half awake, is it? Still surviving or fully awake? Okay, see, not many are responding. Okay, can I have some other responses? Some, just to see how many are listening, are actually listening. Okay, good, very good. You are all awake, great. Surviving on coffee. I haven't had my cup of, oh, I did not drink coffee. So I haven't had my cup of tea this morning. I was busy preparing for your slides, okay? All right, my second question. Are you mentally here or are you barely here? Are you not really here? Give me an emoji. Choose the right one. Are you mentally here or are you barely here? Okay, good. Oh, okay, barely. All right, good. Okay, barely. All right. I see lots of tick, green tick, which is very good. Okay. Yeah, but yeah, some are not. Some are still barely. Oh, okay, good. Thank you, Filza. It's great that very participative. Yeah, yeah, very good. Okay, barely and yes. Okay, so I hope you are mentally here. If you are not, you're still not mentally here, I hope you're getting there soon. Okay, because it's early in the morning, and I know how weekend mornings are like, right? Some people are just wanted to be leisurely, just sipping your coffee in the morning and just be there and not barely here, and suddenly you have to wake up very early in the morning and listen to a speech or a talk about speaking. Okay, so we need to make sure that you are here, or you are at least barely here. Okay, now if I ask you to speak for 30 seconds right now, would it be easy for you? Maybe or no way? Be honest, yeah? Be honest. If I ask you to speak for 30 seconds right now, would it be easy for you? Maybe or no way? Okay, no way. Yeah, totally. I could totally understand you. Anyone else? What would be your reaction? Maybe? No way? Second emoji, maybe. Oh, easy. Oh, no way. Lots of no way. Okay, I'm not going to force you to speak this morning, okay? We're just warming up for the first session. The first session is just a warming up session. So, our morning voices needs warming up, yeah? Our morning voices needs warming up. So I'm not going to ask you to speak for 30 seconds right now. Don't worry about it, okay? Because I know you are barely here and suddenly you're forced to speak for 30 seconds. That would be too much, right? Okay, now my next question. If I give you a topic right now, can you think of 3 ideas in like 10 seconds? I mean, if I give you a topic, can you think about 3 ideas in 10 seconds? Just brainstorm ideas in 10 seconds. Do you think you would be able to do that? Is it a yes? Is it going to be slow? Is it impossible? Okay, some say yes. It's going to be slow. Okay, we'll go slow. Don't worry about it. Okay. It's very early in the morning, right? Is it? Your morning classes started at 8, right? Okay, a bit loading. Don't worry about it. Okay, let's just go slow about it. Okay, I'll give you 20 seconds then. 20 seconds. Okay, I'm going to give you a topic. Okay, this requires a little bit of speed thinking. Okay, it's just to refresh your memory. I'm going to give you a very simple topic. So what I want you to do is that in the chat box, okay, no emojis this time, but I want you to list down 3 things. Okay, 3 things that comes to your mind first when I give you this topic. What first came to your mind? What do you think about? What comes immediately to your mind? Okay, it might be slower this morning, but this is just to wake you up, to wake your mind up. Okay, let's see who managed to get it first. Okay, just think about it. Okay, my first question. Why do people check their phone first thing in the morning? Do you check your phone first thing in the morning? I'm sure you are. I am, by the way. Okay, can you give me 3 reasons why people check their phones first thing in the morning to see what time is it? Give 3 reasons in one chat. To check the time, okay? Put number 1, number 2, number 3. Okay, that is just that. Oh, okay, it feels I was quite quick, out of habit, to see what time is it. Wait, I need to put in the chat box so that I can read because it's going too fast for me. Where is the chat box? How do I change this one into a different... Wait, give me a second. Let me check this one first. Okay, now I can see the chat box. Okay. So let me read. To check for message, look at to-do list, check time. Okay, Darwisha. Feels as if out of habit to see what time is it, to check WhatsApp. Okay, Amjad said message from a loved one, notification, time. Yeah, you don't want. Are you guys wearing watch? But I think these days we are relying on phones to check our times, right? Alarm notification, look time. Okay, notification from someone, check time, check battery. That's very honest. Okay, Zulaikha said habit, curiosity, connection. Hakim said check time for pray. Alhamdulillah. Okay, close the alarm, switch off the alarm. Yeah, see if there is class or not. Because I've noticed that you put your schedule on the front, like a wallpaper of your phone, right? So yeah, so I can see. Even though you said that you are slow at replying, but I can see it's working, okay? It's working right now. All right, so now let's move on to the second question. Okay, just a warm up. I told you it's going to be a warm up. Okay, my next question is, why do people love weekends? 3 reasons why people love weekends. Okay, think about 3 reasons why people love weekends. Can rest all day, no class, can have fun. Yeah. No need to wake up early. You wake up early today to be here. Laze around, more sleep, free time. Yeah. Okay. Any other answer? No one to disturb. No one disturb you. Peace. Have fun. Good. Any other answer? What about the rest? We have 68 of you. Okay. Rest, freedom, social time. Wow, it's going too fast now. Okay. Can make time for family, hobbies, and activities. Can sleep longer. Can spend time with friends. Can relax more. No classes, free time. Can finish chores. Can go home. You must be living nearby. You must be staying nearby. Right? Okay. Rest, okay. Complete any work in free time. And peace. Everybody loves weekend. Okay. Good. All right. Now let's move on to the next question. Okay. Now let's try to do it faster than before. The next question is, give me 3 reasons why snacks are necessary for studying. What kind of snacks do you have? What kind of snacks do you eat every day? Why snacks are necessary for studying? Can you give me 3 reasons? Think about it. Wakes us up. More focus, less hungry, less distraction when less hungry. Wow, that's 4. I'm asking for 3. You're giving me 4, but good. Okay, Farah Hanim said, give energy. What else? Why do you think snacks are necessary for studying? Yeah, you can say reduce mental drain. Keep our mind constantly running, what to eat, activate more muscles during study. Okay, less sleepy. Yeah, I agree on the third one. Less sleepy. It can also reduce stress, right? Is it because eating reduces stress? Sugar rush. Yes, exactly. Sugar rush. Brainstorm. Oh, you need snack to brainstorm. Okay, some people they need to eat because somehow snack give them ideas, better ideas to make us less tired. Yeah, to avoid being hungry, to stay awake because yeah, some people just like to eat, right? But yeah, to stay awake, wake up, yummy, just hungry. Akmar said, keeping us awake, making study more enjoyable, and improve mood. Yeah, I believe that snacks improve mood. What kind of snacks do you normally eat when you are studying? Can you list down the snacks that you normally eat? Is it just like fast food snack? Yeah, chocolate. Okay, good. Chocolate is good actually. Chocolate can be healthy. Peanuts, chips, biscuits, lettuce, and kurma. Wow, Alhamdulillah. I hardly eat kurma for snacking, but wow, I'm impressed. Usually, some of us like just buy some jajan from eco shop when we're marking, right? Lecturers do snacking as well, okay? Because we need snacks to mark your papers, to prepare for slides, for classes, okay? Crunchy snacks, dark chocolate. Yeah, dark chocolate is actually good to boost your brain what do you call that, memories and so on. Okay, and while you're listening to me yapping, these days people call it yapping, is it, or babbling? In my days we call it talking. Okay, these days people are calling it yapping. But while you are listening, you can get some snacks and eat them, right? Just to stay awake for the lecture. Okay, this is not lecture. Is this a lecture? Yeah, it's probably a lecture. Choki, crackers, milk, chokoja. I've never had chokoja before. Okay. Yeah, okay. So good. All right. So have your mind been waken up yet with the questions? I hope it does. Okay, I hope it does. Okay, so this is just a speed thinking test. Okay, just to see where you are right now, where your minds are right now, to see whether you are still awake. Because you know, morning session, even though like when you are going to class, for example, right, when you are going to class at 8 a.m. it needs, I mean, you need to wake up slowly. Even our voice needs to wake up. If you can hear my voice, this is my morning voice, so it needs to warm up a little bit. So by the second session or by the third session, it should be warmed up a little bit, I hope. Okay, so this is like very slowly moving our session. Yeah, okay. Now my next question, when it comes, well, because we talk about brainstorming ideas just now, yeah, so my next question is, when it comes to presentations, it doesn't matter whether you are doing public speaking or whether you are presenting in front of a class, what would be your biggest struggle? A, B, C, D, E? What are you, is your problem you don't know how, oh, all of them? I don't know how to start. My ideas are messy, too many points. My presentation is boring. Which one? You choose one first. Or you can write down, if it's not listed in the list, you can write it down in the number F there. You can type it in chat. Okay, all of them. I tend to speak too fast. Yeah, that's an issue as well. Okay, E is I panic when presenting. I feel too nauseous. I can understand you. I totally can understand you, because I used to have the same problems. Even now, I still have the same problem. When I'm about to present to you right now, I am a little bit nervous. Even though I've been teaching, I've been presenting, I've been doing public speaking for quite a long time, but I am still nervous presenting, even though it's online. Okay, because it's something normal. Being nervous is normal. Okay, E, I panic when presenting. Oh, I totally can understand you on that. Okay, we'll go into that later. I think in the second session, we'll go into the panic mode. Okay, all of them. E, D is my presentation is boring. Interesting. B is my ideas are messy. Okay, D is presentation is boring. I feel uneasy and scared. E, I panic when presenting. Any other reasons, any other struggle that you have when you are trying to present something or when you're going to talk about something? Usually what you are afraid of is not presenting itself. You are afraid of making mistakes. Am I not right? Am I right? I mean, yeah, you're afraid people won't understand what you are saying. Interesting. Any other reason? It tends to be a healing session about your fear of public speaking this morning. Okay, I'm afraid people won't understand what I'm saying. Okay, any other reasons? Some people, they can speak well, okay, but when it comes to presenting, they are always, I mean, the thing about presentation is that you need to be aware where your limits are. You need to be aware which part that what weakness that you have, so that you can improve on that weakness. For example, let me share you a story of myself. Yeah, I've been teaching at UiTM. I think this is my 15th year of teaching. Okay, but I've been doing public speaking ever since I was in high school, primary school. yeah, I was in primary school when I first started public speaking. I represented my school in public speaking, but it was first in Malay, what do you call that? Malay speeches, because I was not confident in speaking in English. But then it continues up until in high school. However, I have to say my biggest, like most, I mean, my biggest struggle when it comes to public speaking is that I panic easily. And when I panic, I start mumbling nonsense. I start yapping. What you, the students is this, they say yapping. I start yapping and I can't even remember what I was talking about. Okay, that's what panic did to me. Okay, that's what panic did to me. So my biggest struggle is probably E. I panic when presenting. Okay, so I joined lots of competition, but I never won any because, again, it's E. I panic when I present. Okay, it was horrible for me. And every time I had to do public speaking in front of others, and every time I finished speaking in front of others, I always told myself I would never do this again. When I first did my public speaking when I was in high school, I forgot the whole paragraph because I memorized it. I memorized the whole text. I forgot. I think it was in primary school. It was my first public speaking, okay, English public speaking back then. I memorized the whole text. You know, back then we memorized a lot of things, and I'm not really good at memorization. Okay, and not everybody is good at memorization. So when I tried to memorize something, I remembered, I think, about 80% of the whole text, but I've forgotten the last paragraph of the text. So it was quite traumatizing when you have to be in front of others, standing in front of others, okay, and you're presenting like pom 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 pom, and suddenly I've forgotten the last part of my presentation part, okay, the last paragraph of the one that I have to remember. I panic, so I keep quiet on the stage, and it was using microphone, and you can hear the speaker was like blasting it out from the classroom. I think it was in a classroom at a different school, not in my school. So what happened was I panicked and I blanked out and I couldn't say a word. And I blanked out for like, I think about a minute. And then I got panicked and I said, thank you. And I ran out of the room. That was horrible. A horrible first experience. And then I told myself I would never do that again. I told myself I would never do that again. But I think about 6 months later, I was coerced into doing it again. This time for Bahasa Malaysia, Bahasa Melayu, Bahasa Melayu, Bahasa Malaysia, Bahasa Melayu. I had to do it for Bahasa Melayu speech competition for school as well, and I couldn't memorize a thing. So I ended up reading the whole text, and it was a bad experience as well. Then I told myself again, I would never do this again. Every time I have to do it, I would never do this again. I would never do this again. I would never do this again. But then years later, I still did it. Even in high school, even in university, I joined debate club. I was in UIA before, so I joined debate club in UIA, and I got fear of everyone because everyone looks so good. Everyone was like polished. The English are so good, and they can speak very well and very clear with good articulation and all. And it gives you a sense of it gives me a sense of like knowing that, oh, this is where I'm lacking. I could never do this. But I give it a try. It was horrible as well. It went horribly wrong as well. But I have no idea that I would be doing that after so many years. Cannot remember when was the last time. I graduated like more than 20 years ago. So I could never ever in my life would think that I would still be doing that after 20 plus years. Okay, after 20 plus years, I would still be doing that. And it's not just, public speaking or speaking in front of others is not just about how good you are, but it's all about the progress. It might be little, but as long as you improve little by little, you will get there. Okay, you will get there. I am still improving. I am still learning. I am still improving in terms of my presentation skill, how to get reaction from my audience. So it's the same to you. Okay, so that is why when you guys invited me, I was overjoyed, not really overjoyed, but I was glad and I'm happy to help because I know how it feels. Okay, I know how it feels to be panicked when presenting, to think that my presentation is boring, or when my ideas are messy, not knowing how to organize ideas. So the first, what we're going to do today is that we're going to see in terms of how you can organize your ideas. Okay, now let me move it. Now, like I said before, these are the three biggest struggles we usually have in presentation. It's not just students, okay? It happens to everyone. And even if you see your lecturers, well, now today we're gossiping about our lecturers a little bit, okay? So even when you see your lecturers, lecturers are struggling in presentation as well. Even though they give lectures in class, not everybody would be able to stand in front of others giving presentation, giving public speaking. It's not something that is easy for everyone. Okay, because three biggest struggles in presentation is, number one is the starting problem. How do you start? Okay, do you start with Assalamualaikum, my name is this, and today I would like to present about this and this and this. Assalamualaikum, my topic today is this and this and this, and my points are this and this and this. That would be too, I think it's quite weak in terms of introduction. So how do you start a presentation? So we're going to talk about that after this, okay? The second one, biggest struggle in presentation, is the structure problem. My points are too messy. I have too many ideas. My ideas are all over the place. Which one that I should talk about first? Okay, how do I organize my thoughts? Okay, and the third one, in terms of clarity problems, like the one that you mentioned, I found that I might be boring when I'm presenting, or I speak too fast, or I mumble when I speak. Okay, so your message doesn't hit the audience very well. So these are the three biggest struggles that we have in presentation. Okay, now when we talk about presentation outline, okay, when we talk about presentation outline, there are three purpose of why do we need an outline whenever we are talking, or when we're presenting, or we're doing public speaking. Okay, the first one is you need to organize your thoughts. It can be messy because you don't organize your thoughts. So you need to organize the way you think. Okay, you need to guide your audience understanding, because if you just mumble and yap, yeah, I learned new words today. Not just this. I mean, the most recent thing I found about Gen Z, because I don't belong in your generation. The most recent word that I learned about your generation is, oh, you love the word yapping so much. I have no idea. Why can't you just say talking, communicating? But the word is yapping. Okay, so I'm going to use that one. So it gets your audience understanding and prevent any yapping going on, rambling. Okay, so you need a structure. Okay, and I believe that you've heard about these three items before: introduction, body, conclusion. Introduction, body, conclusion. I think all your lecturers have been mentioning about this. Okay, especially in English class. Okay, because in an English class, when we are giving you ideas in terms of what you are going to write, when you're writing, when you are speaking, when you are presenting, it always come back with these three different items: introduction, body, and conclusion. So when I say introduction, body, and conclusion, it's just like a bridge. Okay, so the bridge can collapse if you don't organize your ideas well. Okay, means that when you are talking, if you just mumble without knowing what you're mumbling about, it's like putting rubbles. Okay, instead of having like a neatly organized bridge, prettily looking bridge. Okay, so you start with the introduction, and then you move to body, and then you move to conclusion. Okay, now what do we have in an introduction? Usually when you want to start a presentation, or when you want to start your speaking, yeah, you always start with a hook. I always call it a hook. A hook is something that can attract audience attention. For example, when I start my presentation today, when I start my slides today, I give you a series of questions so that you can answer. Why did I give you a series of questions so that you can answer? That is the hook, because I want you to join the conversation. I want you to be part of the interaction. Okay, that is how you can include your audience into your presentation and not just simply talking all the time. Okay, I'll give you some samples about hook after this. And the second one, then you can state your topic and the purpose of you presenting and whatever it is. But always start with the hook first. Don't start with the topic first, but introduce the hook first. Okay, then only you preview what are your main points. Okay, before we go to that, now there are many ways to hook your audience. Okay, how and what are the hooks that you can use? How do you start? Okay, so the first sentence is always important. Okay, the first sentence, the first 7 seconds, not the first sentence. The first 7 sorry, if you lose your audience in the first 7 seconds, then it's already over. If your audience think that your presentation in the first 7 seconds is boring, they will find the whole presentation boring. Okay, so you need, number one, to create curiosity among your audience. I ask my questions, and also you can build some empathy, like you tell stories with your audience to connect with them, how they feel, and then sometimes you can make bold statements. Okay, I'll give you an example. Let's say the topic you are going to do is students rely too much on coffee to survive. Okay, for example. So the example of hook that you can use is you can ask questions like what I did. Okay, we're talking about presentation, so I ask you whether you are awake, where you are right now, how do you feel when you are presenting. That is because I'm explaining and I'm giving a lecture about presentation. So if, let's say, you have to talk about coffee to survive, right, in the morning, I need to have my morning coffee every day, for example. Okay, so you can start your presentation by giving hooks. For example, how many of us can actually survive a full day in university without coffee? So you can ask a question first. So you can start any presentation with questions so that you can gauge audience attention. Or you can start by giving quotations. And quotations, I think some presenters, okay, public speakers, for example, if you've noticed, they start not just by giving questions. You can start by giving quotations. Some people, they sing. Okay, the first sentence that they say, and they start singing to the topic. I have no idea what song is it about coffee, but maybe you can start by singing a line about coffee. Why do you need to do that? Because you need to attract attention from your audience. That's the purpose of hook, to attract attention from your audience. Okay, or you can also tell a story. Okay, something to build empathy. Okay, so you can tell a story, a simple story about yourself, about your experience, about someone else's experience when it comes to coffee to survive. For example, you say, oh, yesterday I went to a cafe to finish my assignment, but I ended up spending more time deciding my coffee than doing my work, for example. So when, back to hook, ways to hook your audience. Number one, you can create curiosity by asking questions. I'm just giving you some ideas. Sometimes you can give you interesting facts. If you're going to talk about food or health, you can say, do you know the highest number of diabetic people in Malaysia comes from Kelantan? Wow, that's a bold statement to make, right? But that is how you create curiosity among your audience. Right, that is how you create your curiosity among your audience. Or you can talk about building empathy. Like, building empathy means that you connect with them on emotional level, like giving a storyline, and then you make bold statement. Yeah, I just did, right? I make bold statement and questions both at the same time. Okay, so that is how to hook your audience. Okay, now let's do a little bit of a challenge. We call this what do you call that? The hook challenge. So I'm giving you a topic right now. The title is TikTok is a platform for self-expression. Some of you might not be on TikTok. Some of you might be on TikTok. Some of you might be addicted to TikTok. Some of you might hate TikTok. Okay. Let's say the title is, the topic is TikTok is a platform for self-expression. So when you're given topic like this, first thing that you should think of is you should think whether you agree with the statement or you disagree with the statement. How many of you agree with the statement that TikTok is a platform for self-expression? Raise up your hands or give a thumbs up. Okay, I can see some thumbs up. Oh, are you guys on TikTok? Wow, lots of thumbs up. Okay, if you disagree, is there any thumbs down? Yeah, if you disagree, give a thumbs down if you disagree. Anybody disagree that TikTok is a platform for self-expression? No? Are you guys on TikTok? How many of you are on TikTok? Raise up your hand. Yeah, okay. Some of you are on TikTok. So yes, I believe you have experience in this. Wow, okay, good. Okay, so TikTok is a platform. Okay, let's just agree that TikTok is a platform for self-expression. I'm just a silent reader on TikTok. Okay, I never posted anything because I'm not very keen on social media. But I know some are very keen and very and enjoy TikTok as a platform of self-expression, as you can see these days, right? Okay, now your mission now is I want you to create a one-sentence hook that is memorable. If you are going to start a presentation on TikTok, okay, I want you to just write. You don't have to. I told you that the first session, I'm not going to ask you to talk yet. Okay, so in the chat box, for example, can you create a one-sentence hook that can be memorable? Any sentence, any generic sentence about TikTok. It can be in a form of question. It can be in a form of bold statement, or it can be in a form of enticing people with your story. Or for example, I am a TikTok user with 2 million followers. Wow, that is interesting, right? It makes people listen to you. So create one sentence that is memorable, that people will take attention towards you. Okay, now we're focusing on you, and I want that sentence, okay, to be focused on you. Okay, think of that. I'm giving you 2 minutes to think for that. Yeah, give me. I'll give you the time. Okay, hold on. Alamak. Okay, I'll give you time to think. Okay, because it's early in the morning, so I'll give you 2 minutes to think about it, and then write down just one line, one hook line in the chat box so that we can read together. Okay, you can ask questions, you can make statements, or you can find some interesting facts about TikTok, just general facts about how TikTok is a platform for self-expression, or you can tell personal story about yourself and your usage of using TikTok. Just one sentence will do, okay? If you were to start a presentation on TikTok, how do you start to engage people's attention? How do you get people's attention with just one sentence? That's the sentence. You know how on TikTok that people always start with something controversial statements, right? Some people they saying on TikTok, because when you scroll on TikTok, then they would want you to stop and listen to their presentation, right? So it's just the same with this one as well. All right, time is up. Okay, let me start reading on. Wait, let me put down this one first. Okay, let me start reading your answers. Okay, TikTok just turns creativity into influence in just 60 seconds. Wow, you play with numbers. Very good. Because you use numbers to attract people's attention. Usually when you use numbers, when you use facts, when you use research, like, you did some research about TikTok and you've noticed something and you want to share it with others, that would attract people's attention as well. So it's good when you mention TikTok turns creativity into influence in just 60 seconds. And I'm going to show you how. So people will be more interested in whatever that you are trying to say. Okay. Darisha said TikTok has transformed the vertical screen into digital canvas, allowing millions to turn their daily lives, humor, and expression into global art form. This sounds a little bit AI. I'm sorry, is that your own sentence or is that coming from AI? Okay, no worries about it. I'm going to touch about the usage of AI after this as well. Yeah. So this is a good idea. However, okay, interesting that you said TikTok has transformed the vertical screen into a digital canvas, allowing millions to turn their daily lives, humor, and expression into global art form. It feels a little bit, I mean, is it interesting or does it sound a little bit flat and boring? Because it's so wordy. The first sentence should be very punchy, very straightforward, and very simple, so that people would be shocked and would make them focused on whatever that you say. So you can say these sentences, but try to use simpler sentence before you explain these words. Okay, in just like few words, like less than 10 words, preferably for your hook. Okay, for your hook to be more acceptable, to be more, people would be more alert with your hook, you might want to consider using simpler sentences, but simple but impactful sentence. Okay, can you try again? Think of a sentence that is impactful, that is that can get people's attention. Okay. Meanwhile, I'll read the rest as well. Yeah. Hani Farhana said the existence of TikTok have brought a lot of intelligent and questionable opinions to light. What kind of intelligence? What kind of opinion? Maybe you can put a little bit more personalized ideas into that as well. Be more specific. Okay. You can give example actually. Like for example, you can say the existence of TikTok have brought a lot of intelligence and opinions. Like you can name a few examples of famous TikTokers so that people would be remembered. Oh, have you seen Alif Shukri on TikTok? That would definitely get people's attention. Okay, you mention someone famous, even though it doesn't matter whether you like them or not. It doesn't matter whether the topic is not related to them. But the moment you mention something that can relate with your audience, then that would give you the hook that you want. Okay. Nuha said, no TikTok, no scrolling, yet I know every trend. Wow, that's mysterious statement. Very simple, very straightforward. Okay, acceptable. Who else using TikTok only for TikTok shop? Wow, okay, that is a good statement as well, Hakim. Who else is using TikTok only for TikTok shop? You ask the audience, because when you are asking questions, I think question is one of the most underrated hook. It's easy to ask questions and it's actually the easiest to get response from your audience. Okay, because when you ask question like simple question like this, people would probably reply to you, even though they don't reply to you verbally, they would reply to you in their mind, right? Who else is using TikTok for TikTok shop? Yeah, and you were thinking, and here I am thinking, am I using only for TikTok shop, or am I using to scroll down the whole TikTok timeline? Okay, so that was what I think when I read Hakim's question. Okay, Akbar said, I won the lottery and this is how I did it. What? Okay, that was controversial. That was controversial. There's no TikTok words there, but it definitely grabs my attention. Okay, it definitely grabs my attention on that one. Okay, so yes, some of these are quite a good way to hook your audience. Can you think of some other ways in terms of personal experience on TikTok maybe? Do you have any personal experience on TikTok? Maybe you can share your personal experience. For example, last night I realized that I wanted to spend only 20 minutes browsing on TikTok, but I ended up spending 3 hours. Okay, you can tell a funny story to start off the presentation as well. Okay, you can tell a funny story, you can make a joke if you know how to make a joke. If you don't know how to make a joke, don't make a joke. Focus on something else, okay? Like my presentation just now, I focus on asking questions instead of making a joke or giving what do you call that, quotations, because I know I'm not good at it. You need to know where your limits are, okay? All right, now let us move on. Okay, this is the first one. Okay, now once you got to the hook, like I said previously, okay, the example of hook, okay, this one, right? An outline, you have the introduction, you have the body, and then you have the conclusion. Now we are in the introduction. You have your hook, you mention your hook, and then you introduce your topic. Oh, today I would like to talk about TikTok as a form of self-expression. Once you started with hook, then you move on with your topic and the purpose of your presentation. Okay, how to review your main points? This is where before you review your main points, when you are drafting or when you're doing your outlining, okay, you can draft it in your mind, you can draft it in a piece of paper. Nowadays, you draft it on your phone, but always have introduction, body, and conclusion. So now this is your introduction. Okay, when you are structuring your body, always remember the rule of 3. Okay, it always comes in 3. Okay, it doesn't come in 2 or 4 or 5 or 6. When you are doing presentation, the points to be on the safe side, you need to have 3 points to elaborate. Okay, because as you can see here, if you have few points, if let's say this the leg of the chair here is only 1, so if you only have 1, means that you don't have enough points to elaborate. That is also the reasons why students, when they are presenting in class or when they are doing speaking tests in class, they have too little points, and it causes them less ideas to elaborate on their points. Okay, and issues when you have too many points. I think somebody mentioned that you have too many points, we don't know what else to say. You ended up listing out your points, but you did not elaborate them well. Okay, that is the issue of having too many points. So it will be cluttered. Your chair would look like this, the second picture here. Okay, but then if you have 3 points like the chair here, okay, it will be very stable. So this is like a body paragraph as well. So you need to have 3 points body paragraph so that your body structure would be strong enough to elaborate. Is it enough? 3 points. I thought the more ideas that you have, the more that you're able to elaborate on. Not really, because what we're looking for is not you listing out ideas. What we're looking for is that we need to know how you elaborate those ideas. Okay, if you are able to elaborate each idea, means that if you have 3 ideas here, like this one, each idea needs to have clear points, good explanation, and good example. Okay, I'll give you an example. Now remember when I asked you 3 points just now? Can you do it can you do the same with TikTok? Okay, now give me 3 reasons why TikTok is a platform for self-expression. You can use phrases. You don't have to use like full sentence. Just use phrases. Identify 3 ideas that you can elaborate on this topic. Give 3 reasons why TikTok is a platform for self-expression. Can you list it down in the chat box? Why TikTok is a platform for self-expression. Can you list down on TikTok? You can, I don't mind you using AI. You can use AI, but just be careful because AI tend to use sentences that are not really suitable for speaking. As in they like to use complex sentences. Speaking sentences and writing sentences are 2 different things because the purpose of speaking is for your audience to understand you better. So you don't need to use complex sentences. Use simplified sentences. So if AI are giving you ideas, okay, you need to change it into a simplified form of words. Okay, now can you list me 3 reasons why TikTok is a platform for self-expression? I think I should give you the time, yeah? Let me give you another 2 minutes to think about it. Why TikTok is a platform for self-obsession? Okay, you can start posting your answers. Farahanim said many sharing videos to follow as value. Okay, easy. Because it's quality video, yeah. Okay, easy to FYP and they have target audience. Okay, good. And others? What about the rest of you? Okay. Interesting. You have about 50 seconds more to go. Keep them coming. Three reasons why TikTok is a platform for self-expression. Okay, 18 seconds. All right, time is up. Okay. Sorry. Okay, now let me read out your answers, some of your answers. Okay, Farahanim said many sharing video to follow as value, easy to FYP and have target audience. Okay, Noha said to show creativity, easy to get audience based on interest and trend that is available for everyone to follow. Okay, interesting. And Hakim said using filter to look more handsome. Interesting. Okay, can make confession using AI voice. Yes, okay. And trying to get validation from others. Okay, that's very good idea, yeah. Okay. Now these are all good ideas in terms of you're providing reasons why TikTok is a platform for obsession pula, self-expression. Okay, so what do you have right now is the 3 ideas that you need to elaborate further. Okay, remember when I said um, the structuring the body is that you need 3 ideas, and each idea you need to have clear points, clear explanation, and clear example. Okay, now we're going to use some of your examples and discuss in terms of how you can elaborate your points further. Okay, now once you have your ideas ready, okay, so you can build clear ideas. This is not my method. This is method that I found online. They call it a P method. Okay, P methods means number 1, you explain your points. Number 2, first you state your point, then you explain, then you give example. So point, explain, example. So whatever it is that you're thinking about, if you have like points to elaborate when you are doing your public speaking, or when you are debating, or when you are presenting in class, okay, always keep these 3 in mind. The first one, you need to have your very clear points. Second, explanation. The third is example. Okay, you always start the first one by what do you call that? Say it simply. This one, okay, clear points. Okay, so when you are giving clear points here, you have to say it simply means that you start with one main idea. You can make it short or you can make it strong. Okay, what do you mean by making it short or making it strong? So for example, let's take Hakim's ideas just now. When Hakim said using filter to look more handsome, more pretty. Okay, so the first point of why people are using, the reasons why TikTok is a form of self-expression, you're saying that my first point is because people use filter to look more handsome or pretty. That is your first point. Okay, so you state your first point clearly in a form of a sentence, a complete sentence. Okay, so you're saying that the reason, okay, so you're saying that what was the topic again? The 3 reasons why TikTok is a platform for self-expression. You can say, oh, the first reason why TikTok is a form of self-expression, a platform for self-expression, is that they have a lot of filters so that people who are using them can look more handsome or pretty. Okay, that would be your first point. You already have the points there. So you state your point first, and then you start explaining your point. So how do you start explaining your point? You need to explain why. So why? Okay, is it true what you're saying? And you provide reasons. So these are elaboration. Explanation is the elaboration of your main points. Okay, this is where you elaborate why are you saying that TikTok has filters to make people look more handsome and pretty. Okay, so when they have filters to make people look handsome and pretty, so what? Oh, people can gain a lot of self-confidence. So you elaborate by explaining the idea. Just the first idea. Okay, you elaborate not in one sentence, but you have to add one or few ideas into the reasons why TikTok is a platform. Filters on TikTok is something that people use to express themselves. Your focus now is on filters on TikTok. Then after you explain, then you have to give example. These examples, the examples that you give is the one that is going to differentiate you from AI. Okay, I'm giving you tips now. When you're presenting in class, I know a lot of students are using AI, and I don't mind my students using AI. Okay, because I think AI is there for you to help. Is there to help you, for you to help lah. Okay, is there to help you. However, you need to know the skills of how to transform ideas from AI into your own personalized thing. So when you are elaborating, okay, your clear points can come from AI. Your explanation can come from AI, but your examples must come from yourself. Okay, examples must come from yourself. To make it better, you can share a story of a real life story. Means that of your own experience using AI, of your own AI pula, of your own experience using filters on TikTok, of what you have learned, of what you have read about filters on TikTok. Okay, or you can use the quick facts that you read online, or a numbers 20,000 people are using TikTok, blah blah blah. Okay, so you can use facts, numbers. Okay, these are the examples that make your presentation different. The same goes to public speaking. When you are elaborating, when you are debating, for example, yeah, when you are debating, you give your points and you have to explain your points, and you have to support your points with examples. Examples can be in a form of simple story, or factual information, or numbers, or means that you can make strong support, like references based on somebody said this, somebody, you can quote people as well. Okay, so always PEE, point, explain, and give example. So in this case, when you're talking about using filters on TikTok, so you can give proof. I've used filters on TikTok, and I think one of the most popular filters on TikTok is this and this and this, and this has been supported by research by this and this and this. If you don't know research, then you just tell a story, simple story that can elaborate your points well as well. Okay, and the same method can help you when you are presenting in class, or when you are doing your speaking test, or when you're doing, I'm not sure whether you've taken your MWET, but for those who are sitting for MWET, this is the same building ideas. They usually give you the points, so you need to know how to explain, and you need to know how to give examples. So in any situation, speaking situation, these three are the most important thing. Okay, so you can list the three things you list in the chat box just now, is all number one. Okay, so for the full ideas, the elaboration, you have to focus on number two, explanation, and number three, the examples. Okay. Okay, now the next one. Now, once you have the clear points, the explanation, the examples, the next one is the conclusion. Okay, so the elaboration, okay, the explanation, examples, it depends on how many minutes that you're going to elaborate on. The point stays the same. If you have longer minutes, because sometimes you have to talk for 2 minutes, sometimes you have to talk for 5 minutes, sometimes you have to talk for 7 minutes. Okay, usually the points is just very simple, straightforward. So you use up until 15 seconds or 30 seconds only, just to state your points. Usually it just take you 15 seconds to explain your points, but the explanation needs to be longer. The examples need to be longer, and explanation and example can be alternate from one another. You explain, you give example, you explain, you give example, just to prolong the discussion. Then it shows structured conversation, structured presentation, okay, structured speaking. Okay, and then after that, you did your conclusion and you restate your main ideas again, all the three main ideas. Once you have that, the one that you listed in the chat box just now, you list again, you restate in different sentence. It's like paraphrasing your words, and you give your final thought. Excuse me. So you give your final thoughts or takeaway, and you can use the same hook. Okay, you can use a different, similar to how you start the presentation. So you can use like another hook. So you want to end it with a quotation, or you want to end it with a question. So are you using TikTok now for your own self-expression? So it gives people to ponder on your conclusion. So that is the basic outline of any speaking practice, of any public speaking way of doing things. It needs to start with a structure. Okay, your speaking needs to be structured. Okay, your speaking needs to be structured. So this is an example of how an outline. I'll give it an outline. For example, you can say, I think somebody mentioned just now about creativity, right? To show creativity, Nuha mentioned to show creativity. Okay, so when the topic is on TikTok and self-expression, for example, the first one, your hook, you ask questions like the one that you did just now, or in this case, how many of you use TikTok to share your feelings? Because some people use TikTok for TikTok shop, like you said. Okay, some people are using TikTok to share their emotions, to share their feelings. Some people record when they are crying and post it on TikTok. I've seen that. It's weird for me, but I have no idea because I've not used. I'm a passive user of TikTok. But that is something that can hook people. They ask questions like, "How many of you use TikTok to share your feelings?" Okay, so because this is about how you share TikTok through visual media, right? So the first idea is about creativity. So look at the 3 points given there. Okay, those are the elaboration. Okay, those are the elaboration. And then you can give examples on daily life clips that you have watched, for example. Mind you, I'm using this, I get the ideas from AI. Okay, this is coming from AI, but how to make it more personalized is that you include your own example. For example, they give you 3 ideas there, but the examples are what makes your presentation different from the generic AI presentation or outline. You give examples of what you watch on TikTok, famous videos on TikTok, or creative videos that went on your FYP. So you can explain about that by giving examples on that one. Okay, so for example, the second idea is about identity, and I think somebody mentioned about identity. Target audience, easy to get audience based on interest, okay, trends and communication, like using confession, using AI voice, and so on, right? So let's say the second idea is about identity, so you can build your online persona. I think somebody mentioned that. These are the 3 ideas that they mentioned. Okay, so these are the elaboration. Okay, the 3 ideas here, okay, this one are elaboration. And you can give examples of funny, TikTok profiles, TikTokers, famous TikTokers, like how Khairul Aming built his brand. Okay, that is example that cannot be taken from AI. That is coming from you. That makes it yours. That's what make the whole presentation yours. Okay, and the last one, communication is a quick way to share ideas, for example. And then when you're giving example, how you express opinions. This is based on your personal experience. Okay, I always emphasize that these days with AI, with the use of AI, we, the lecturers, or sometimes the judges, when we are listening to someone presenting, okay, I've become judges before for presentations. So when we see people who are presenting, what we look for is that how they would provide their own ideas, how they would be able to elaborate their own ways, in their own ways. Okay, because we know the ideas, the explanation can comes from anywhere, but how they mold it into their own sentences, their own way of communicating, their style of presentation. So they create their own identity when they're presenting. That is what we're looking for in these years of AI, because I know ideas can come from anywhere. It's easy to get ideas. Even I can get ideas on TikTok and self-expression. But how do I make it mine? How do you make it yours? That's different case. So the key here is in giving in elaborating and in giving example. Okay, so that is the key idea here. Okay, I think this is the last slide, I think, before we stop. It's 2 minutes more. Okay, this is the last slide. I just want to, because we talk about AI, the Frankenstein versus the masterpiece, and I think this is some of the tips that I can give you as a lecturer, as someone who's seen a lot of outlines done by students, a lot of AI usage in classroom. Okay, but today we're just going to talk just a little bit in terms of preparing your outline. So when you are preparing for your outline, speaking, for example, AI can give you draft, but you have to make it human. Like I said just now, you have to make it human. Okay, for example, the AI outline is always bland. It means that they can be very generic, very static. It's not interesting enough. Okay, they talk about, oh, we're going to talk about the causes and give a very typical and generic causes, talk about the effects and then they talk about solutions, you know, the typical ways of doing things. So the results end up to be boring. There's no personality and it will be instantly forgotten. That's the danger of AI. But it doesn't mean that you cannot use AI. You can, but you can turn it into a masterpiece. Okay, the masterpiece in terms of you can make it more human, not clicking how to make this more human, make it more sounding more human. No, they would be able to do that because AI, they don't have emotions. Human have emotions. So when we give examples, we need to give examples with emotions. By emotions, I mean that you need to make it more memorable. Okay, memorable, relatable, what do you call that, you can get the attention from others, like you making your hook just now. If it is memorable, people will remember it. Same goes to your presentation. If it's too what do you call that, static, if it's too AI generic and very generic, people will forget about it instantly. Okay, so what do you call that, the draft can comes from AI and you have to make it simplified. You have to simplify it because like I said, writing and speaking are two different ways of doing things. When you're speaking like this, it's more spontaneous, but at the same time, you have to use simple words to make sure that it reach your target audience. For example, my target audience today are you guys. You guys are students. So I cannot use complex words, okay? Like I'm presenting at a conference, right? So I have to use simplified version of words, okay, so that it's easier for people to understand, for you to understand, okay? So the masterpiece here is like human outline. Make sure it's students focused and very specific. For example, you use, like I said just now, very relatable hook, very specific ideas. Elaboration must be very specific, not generic, and make sure you put in clear conclusion. Okay, specific ideas for number 2 means that you provide a specific explanation and especially on examples so that your result will be memorable, relatable, and keep the attention of your audience. Okay, so I think basically, oh, we're on time. I'm supposed to finish at 10:15, right? Yeah, I'm looking at the time now. Okay, so I think basically that's for our first session. All right, is the MC here?
Bismillah.
Okay.
Ya, kita beralih ke sesi soal jawab. Jika ada sebarang pertanyaan, boleh terus buka mic ataupun kemukakan di ruang chat. Terus bertanya kepada penceramah kita lah. Ada apa-apa soalan ke?
If you have any question, you can ask, yeah? I don't mind answering.
No.
You just like in class, no question at all. Or you can just type it in the chat box if you have question, especially on about the outline.
Okay, my name Farah Hanim from Service Management. Saya nak tanya, selalunya kan kalau saya present, saya kalau nak kembangkan idea tu boleh. Tapi bila dah kembang, saya selalu ambil masa. Kadang-kadang kalau boleh saya nak present benda tu macam lebih kompleks, lepas tu tak terlampau direct masa sebab certain presentation kan dia ada limit masa kan, 10 sampai 15 minit. Sometimes saya terdrag sikit lah macam tu.
Okay, timing is very important when you are presenting. Like for example, when I'm presenting today, I need to know when my time limits are. So what I usually do is that I always check my slides. You need to time your slides. How long are you going to spend per slide? Macam lama mana awak nak present on one idea and how long does it take for you to move to another slide This is where practice comes in. Okay, that is why you need to practice because you need to know how many slides that you are using. Because sometimes ada orang, I just make it in English and Malay. Ada orang, they have like 40 slides. For me, I'm not sure if you were in my class before, if my students would notice that my slides are usually about 10 to 15 slides, because I can talk without a lot of slides, but some people, they need to have more slides. But slides are very important to guide you if you are presenting using slides. Yeah, so you need to time your words very well. Okay, if you want to explain certain concept ke apa ke, you have to practice on that part only. Then time berapa lama ambil masa, how long that you use your time untuk apa, untuk habiskan dalam satu points that you are elaborating on. Okay, so usually let's say 2 minutes kan, kalau you kena cakap dalam masa 2 minit for example, dalam speaking practice for LCC subject, English subjects, sometimes students have to speak in 2 minutes time. Sometimes diorang kena cakap 5 minit, ada yang kena cakap 8 minit, ada yang kena cakap 10 minit kan. And sometimes you have to present like 15 minutes. So 15 minutes, you block your time well. For example, if you have to talk for 2 minutes, 2 minutes usually, how long are you going to spend on your introduction? How long are you going to spend on your body, what do you call that, body of speech? How long are you going to spend on conclusion? So usually, people will only spend about 15 seconds on introduction, 15 seconds on conclusion. It doesn't matter what. So, you know, kalau 2 minit, you akan spend 30 seconds saja untuk introduction conclusion. So means that you have how many minutes to spend on your content. So make sure whatever that you say, you always check your time. How long are you going to spend on content? So for example, I have to spend 1 hour today for first session and second session and third session. So let's say for the first session, I have 19 slides. Okay, if I'm not aware of the time, I would exceed the time limit. Okay, I would exceed the time limit, but I finished, Alhamdulillah, I exceed only 1 minute, right on time, 10:15, because I know that I have to finish by 10:15 for the question answer to take. You need to know how long that you're going to spend per slides. Okay, so always check your time. So let's say you know that you are going to struggle on point number 1. Or when you are elaborating point number 2. So you always extend a little bit on your time, right? So maybe in that case, next time I would cut down short the introduction and I will cut down short the conclusion so that I would focus more on what it is that I'm going to elaborate on. Okay, so always time your presentation well. So if let's say you have to spend like 5 minutes of presentation, you're not going to spend 1 minute on introduction. You're only going to spend about 15 to 20 seconds on introduction. Doesn't matter what topic. Only 15. I give you 15 seconds. 15 to 20 seconds on introduction. Maximum is 30 seconds. If you have like a long story to tell in your hook. Okay, maximum is like 30 seconds. So if you have 5 minutes of presentation, 30 seconds for introduction, 30 seconds for conclusion. So it's just 1 minute spent. So you have 4 minutes left. So 4 minutes left. So you divide how many points that you have. If you have 3 points, means that you have to talk 3 points in 4 minutes time. Okay. So I mean, that is my personal way of strategizing in terms of so that I don't exceed the time limit given to me. But some people, they start talking and they drag a little bit. So you need to play along with the time. That's how I block my time. Okay. Any other question? Does it answer your question?
Yes, answer. Thank you, Madam.
All right, welcome. Any other questions that you have?
Ada yang nak tanya soalan lagi ke?
On the use of AI ke? Presentation design, whatever that comes to mind. Guess there's no more questions. Okay.
Kalau tak ada soalan lagi, kita akan berehat sampai pukul 10.35 kita start balik. Okay. Thank you.
Alright, see you at 10:35, okay?
Okay.
Alright.
give me those eyes, yeah, baby, you control me. And I need to find your loving, baby. Baby, you on my mind, and I'll give you my body. Don't know what I'm doing, feel like I am going crazy. Keep it down, keep it down. You look good, you know it. I can tell you're soaking up all of it now. Hey, 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 listen to what I say. Let's get to it and we won't tell nobody. Yeah, we won't tell nobody. Hey, hey, listen to what I say. Let's get to it and we won't tell nobody. Yeah, we won't tell nobody. Listen to what I say. We won't tell nobody. Yeah, we won't tell nobody. Hey, hey, listen to what I say. Let's get to it and we won't tell nobody. Yeah, we won't tell nobody. Listen to what I say. Let's get to it and we won't tell nobody. Yeah, we won't tell nobody.
We touch, we break, make it seem like we feel the same. We love what we hate. We lie, but we know we can't water what doesn't grow. Give up, let it go. Well, we fell apart just in time. You say at least it was worth the try. At least it was worth the try. At least it was worth the try. I drive from your place, miss your lips, but I hate the taste. No fun in this game. I will call our bluff, 'cause using bodies isn't good enough. Slow down, this ain't love. Well, we fell apart just in time. Ooh, you say at least it was worth the try. At least it was worth the try.
Madam,
Yes, I'm here.
okay. Majlis diteruskan lagi dengan sesi kedua bertajuk On the Unexpected. Majlis sekali lagi menjemput Dr. Wan Najmiah untuk meneruskan ceramah beliau. Dipersilakan.
Okay, give me a second. Okay, so Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Okay, so we're back for our second session. And the second section is on, the topic is on the art of thinking and speaking on your feet. Okay, the art of speaking, thinking and speaking on your feet. So the first session is that we talk about the presentation outline. So for this session, we are going to talk about a little bit in terms of the clarity of your voice, the clarity of the way you think, and the way you speak, how to improve your thoughts in terms of when you are you have to give presentation spontaneously sometimes, or when you are doing presentation in class. So how to start thinking on your feet when you are nervous, for example. So how to decrease the nervousness level. Okay, so we're going to talk a little bit about that today. Okay, and doing some practice as well. Okay, so the first thing first, my first question. I always start with a question, yeah, just to ease into the presentation, ease into the topic. Okay. If you were suddenly asked to speak for 1 minute without preparation, you would feel what? Confident, nervous, panic mode, or you avoid speaking at all? You can give your answers in the chat box. Panic. Wow, immediately panic. Okay, panic, confident. Wow, good, Nuha. Okay, Zulaikha shaking. Okay, immediately right. Without any preparation, even I would panic. Okay, panic. Oh, panic mode. Everybody's on panic mode. If you're suddenly asked to speak for 1 minute without preparation, should I do that? Should I give it a try? A, confident. Yeah, some people they are able to talk well. No. Okay, panic. All getting panic. Maybe I should. Okay, you panic. I avoid speaking, but you're not avoiding speaking, right? Because I think when we talk about you are asked to speak for 1 minute, it means that without any preparation, anybody could panic. Because sometimes, because like I said in the first session just now, we would be nervous. Back to one of our struggles, right? When it comes to public speaking, we can get very nervous, we're panicking. So the same goes when you're not given time to prepare. That would be worse for me because I need my time to prepare, and I spend a lot of time on my slides. Okay, either for my lectures, in class lectures, or when I have to give a talk like this, or when I have to give presentation for conferences. I spend a lot of time on my slides, and I think it's quite obvious as well because my slides are always vibrant. It's always vibrant in colors. It's always colorful because I feel that tips as well. This is a tip as well. When you want to present something, you need to present if it is with the help of slides. Yeah, if you need to present something like classroom presentation, or you have to present for your work later on when you're working outside, so spend some time on perfecting your slides. I mean, make time to put your slide design nicely done. Okay, to make sure your slide design nicely done. It's nicely done. It's nicely done. Okay, don't put too much information in one slide. I would suggest and make sure the words that you use are very clear and it does not contain any typo error. Okay, because it's very important for your slide to be sleek and clean, not too crowded with too many information, not too crowded with too many design. If you put too many designs, then the words that you put on your slide won't pop out. Okay, and slides in a form of presentation, because I think in the future you are going to present a lot using slides. It's not just public speaking. Public speaking is a different case. Okay, impromptu speaking is a different case, but slides are actually helping you to shape what you are going to say. But you are not allowed to put in everything on the slide, because if you put in everything, people will get overwhelmed. People don't know where they're going to focus their eyes on your slide. Okay, so my suggestion when you're going to prepare for slides, number one, make sure your sentences is not more than 8 lines. Okay, if you take a look at my slide, my previous slides, okay, well, we're talking about slides now. How many lines are these? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 lines. Okay, how many lines are they? And this one is different. If you have more than 7 lines, for example, you turn it into something like this, like previously. Okay, you use what do you call that, infographics, or pictures or something, because this is more than 7-line slide. So you put it in a form of infographic so that it would make your presentation clearer to your audience. Okay, nowadays we have a lot of AI that they can transfer into infographic, but I still find I tried using that. I think you might be noticing, like this one, I use AI, but still I found that a little bit more crowded. So I have to readjust a little bit, because maybe it's my nature that I need to make it mine. I need to make the slide mine. So it needs to be able, you don't simply just copy and paste any information. Paraphrase it so that you would be able to understand what you are going to present. Okay, and that helps with the topic today, that is preparation. Okay, so if you were suddenly asked to speak for 1 minute, okay, without preparation, okay, you would feel nervous, like you said, you would be in panic mode, nervous, okay, you would avoid speaking all the time. But if you have better preparation, especially if with the support with slides, or if you don't have supports of slides, you can prepare using the outline, just like we did just now in the previous session, then your preparation, you would feel better. You would feel more confident when you are asked to speak for 1 minute. And in time, if you are used to preparing in your mind, for example, if you don't have slides to help you, in your mind, if you know what to say, for example, if you put some structure in your mind, like, oh, I have to say the hook in the introduction, introduce your points in the introduction, and then I have to elaborate my points, give examples. So that structure, if you manage to put that in your mind at all times, so it doesn't matter who asks you to speak for 1 minute without preparation, you would be able to do that. Okay, it doesn't matter whether it's going well or not well. It can be overwhelming at times, but that is the only way that it can help you to improve, because improvement comes from years of practice. It's not saying that, oh, I attended to this webinar, after this, I'm going to be a very fluent speaker. No, you need to practice. Okay, trained, practice every day. So that's what we're going to, I'm going to show you some tips as well in terms of how you can practice on your own as well, especially when you want to improve your English. Yeah? Okay, now my second question is that, what is the first thing your body does when you get nervous? This is awareness. Are you aware of what your body is doing to you whenever you are presenting? Okay, can you list down what do you think your body did when you get nervous? What happened to your body? Do you, like some people, they put their hand, their clasp in their hands like this. Some people, they start holding their heads. Some people, they start touching their nose. Are you aware of what your body does when you get nervous, especially when you have to give a presentation? Can you list down what do you think your body does when you get nervous? For example, you get fast heartbeat. It's like you cannot breathe. You get anxiety attack, shaky hands, and suddenly you cannot control your hands. It's trembling all the time. You forget your words. Okay, so what does your body do when you get nervous? Fast heartbeat and forgetting words, Nuha said. Sometimes I move my feet to the left and right. Good that you are aware of that. That's what we wanted to know. It's not that, oh, you should stop doing that. No, there's no point of stopping, because once it's like your body has their own control over your mind. It happens to me too. Okay, so let's see. You have said fast heartbeat and forgetting words. Sometimes I move my feet to the left and right. Yeah, I don't get fast heartbeat. My heartbeat when I'm presenting, it's not that fast. I did not get that. But I thought I was okay. That was the worst part, because my heart wasn't beating very fast. So I thought I was okay. Okay, I always thought I was okay, but I always ended up fooling myself in front of others. But it doesn't stop me anyway, so never mind. You just move on, right, with your life. Okay, and yes, I forgot my words. It happens to me many, many times. It's either I forgot my words or I tend to mumble a lot of unnecessary things. Okay, a lot of unnecessary things. Okay, Ikhwan said fast heartbeat, sweating, hands fidgeting. Yes, that's very common. Okay, sometimes you've noticed when it comes to hand gestures, we're going to talk about the verbal and non-verbal communication later in the third session. But nice that you mentioned this, Ikhwan. Yeah, you mentioned the heartbeat. Okay, you mentioned the sweating. Personally, I don't have the sweat setting, but yes, I have the hand fidgeting, and I tend to say okay a lot. Okay, see, okay, see, sometimes you did not notice the habits that you have. Hands fidgeting, you tend to use lots of hands. Sometimes people use exaggerative hand words. Okay, sweaty palms. You've noticed that, and sometimes your hands turns cold, very cold. Okay, you are in air conditioned situation, and sometimes your hands are turning cooler than the aircon. Okay, so what else? Forgetting words, that is very common. Okay, forgetting words is very common. It is something that even I cannot say, oh, you should do this in order not to forget words. No, that would be too exaggerative. Let's be real. I still face that. Okay, I still face that sometimes. What we can do is that practice makes perfect. That's all I can say. Practice makes perfect, and from practice you would know what to say next. Think before you say things. Okay, as you've noticed, if you've noticed my tone of voice, sometimes I pause in between my sentences. Why is that? Because so that I can think first of what to say to you guys. Okay. But sometimes if I have words to say, I can just stop mumbling nonsensically because I just love talking, okay, for example. And then Farah Hanim said, shaky hands, but trying deep breath to calm down. Some people are able to calm down by taking a deep breath. Actually, taking a deep breath helps a lot. I think one of my tips, when I get nervous, when I have to present something like in front of the audience, what I usually do that works for me. You need to know what works for you. So you need to do a lot of trial and error. What works for you? Okay. What works for me might not works for you, but I can share just in case you wanted to give it a try. What works for me before I present or before I have like very serious presentation or before any serious competition, for example, what I did is I always have some chocolate with me because I think chocolate calms me down. I don't know why. I don't know the scientific explanation behind it. There might be some scientific explanation behind it, but it calms me down in terms of whenever I eat chocolate before I have to present something, it helps me calm a little bit. So you need to know what calms you down. If taking a deep breath calms you down, then take your time, because that is why some people before, singers, for example, before they sing in front, some of them needs to be in a closed space, nobody else is around, just for them to focus, so that they can be more focused, so that when they went on stage they can do it without getting nervous, because everybody gets nervous. It's just that we have our own way of dealing with our nervousness. Okay, so you need to know, number one, what your body does, what your body does when you get nervous, and you understand that very well, which is very good. Awareness is part of improvement as well. Once you are aware, then you find ways. What can I do to reduce the nervousness? Doesn't mean that it's going to elevate or all of it altogether. No, it doesn't work that way. But it can improve in time. Okay, it can improve in time. Feet shaking. Yeah, feet shaking. So now you know that your feet are shaking whenever you are trying to present. Okay, so now you know, you make a mind, you make you note in your mind. Okay, when I present, I need to make sure that I reduce the the shakiness of my feet. Okay, in time you will, because the moment you are aware of that situation, automatically you will stop shaking for a while. It's not all the time. I mean, sometimes it will happen it again and again. But in time, I say in time, during after lots of practice, it will be reduced. It will be reduced. The nervousness will be reduced. So you just need to know what helps you to stay calm and experiment. For example, some people I know, whenever they have to present something, before presentation, they have to sleep first. I don't know why, but they need to sleep first so that they would calm down. They would become down. Okay. And don't focus too much on your nervousness. Okay. Because just think that everybody is nervous. Everybody gets nervous. Even the best presenter in the world, they get nervous too. Even the best prime minister in the world, they have to present something in front of others, they still get nervous. And not all presenters, not all public speakers are good public speakers. I mean, look at I give you an example. Let's look at Trump. Donald Trump. He's probably one of the worst public speaker that I've ever seen. Okay, he uses very simplified words, very simplified sentences, not equivalent to his status as the president of the United States. And I think most of you here are better speakers than him. Okay, so this is to say that even though we are second language learners, English is not our first what do you call that, language, but we can be better than the first speaker of English. They just have they just have English as their first speaker. Doesn't mean they can speak well. It doesn't mean they can speak well. That you have to remember. And I've seen a lot of second language learners who speak better English in terms of we're not looking at pronunciation. We're talking about pronunciation after this later in the third session. But what I'm saying is that it's okay if we have our accent, but it still helps us to be a good speaker of English, and we are much better. So don't put yourself down saying, oh, I'm not good at English because I use BM most of my life. I use BM most of my life as well. In fact, let's say because I was brought up in a very kampung situation. So my environment is very Malay related environment. Okay, I listen to Malay songs when I was small. I don't talk English much at school. Okay, and it gives me lots of lacking. I'm lacking a lot in terms of confidence, but I try to build it in time, and I'm still trying to improve myself in terms of pronunciation, in terms of how I speak, in terms of my intonation. And because I'm a lecturer, so I do that every day. So that is how I can improve every day. So while you are still a student, you can try improving yourself every day, because this is actually a very required skill. Speaking is actually a required skill when it comes to future job, for example. Okay, like you can see in this next slide that I shared. Okay, why speaking skills is important. Okay, we look at the number one rule, because like we talked just now, like you mentioned, most people are terrified of public speaking. The fact that you are here, the fact that you are listening to me, and some of you are in debate club, that is a salute. Okay, because not everybody can do public speaking. Okay, by mastering public speaking, you instantly become more valuable than 99% of your peers, because not everybody can do public speaking. And I've noticed that as well, as a lecturer. Even among your UiTM lecturers, wah gossip pasal lecturer sendiri, kawan-kawan sendiri. No, I'm just saying not everybody was born as public speakers. Not everybody can talk spontaneously and make someone else listen to you. Okay, and I know some of my friends who are very nervous. They can talk in class. They can talk well among among us, among students, because it's just what they do every day. But when you put them on the pedestal, oh, can you be the MC of this event? Can you talk? Can you give a talk? No, they can't. Okay, why? Because public speaking is a skill not everybody has. Okay, but saying that, but I have a but, okay? Saying that, but it doesn't mean if you don't have the skill, you cannot develop the skill. You can develop the skill. Okay. Even if you are not interested to become public speakers, you just want to improve in terms of your presentation skills, that is actually a superpower as well, because good communication is something that only what do you call that, leaders have. Okay, like CEO, founders, leaders. If you see, and nowadays I think one of the requirement of any job, and I believe in is one of the future requirements of any job, is that you are able to speak well. I said speak well, not speaking perfectly. Okay, speaking well doesn't equal to speaking perfectly. Speaking well. If you've noticed these days with the trends on TikTok and everything, if you see on TikTok, a lot of new jobs created, for example, on TikTok, because we talk about TikTok today, right? A lot of new jobs created on TikTok requires lots of yapping, right? It requires people to talk a lot. Okay, content creators, YouTubers, I'm not sure about YouTubers in the future, but a lot requires speaking, even though you are not speaking directly in front of an audience. Like, for example, the changes in terms of how we communicate these days. Like, for example, right now, I don't see you guys. I cannot see your facial expression. All I can see is the names. I couldn't even see the video, I mean, your faces and so on. I could not see that. But I have to accept that that is one way of communication these days. Means that it's online in an online environment. How do I gauge my audience? How do I get my audience attention? So the only thing that I have is the emojis, is the chat box. So that is why I ask you to respond to me. So that is how I know that the audience are listening to what I'm saying. Okay. So these are the skills, like communication skills. It doesn't mean that it's only face-to-face communication skills. Sometimes you also need online communication skills. You need to speak up, pretending nobody listens to you, not knowing who actually listened to you. I have no idea what you are doing right now. Are you listening fully, or are you doing something else? Because if when I join any webinar, I would probably do something else while still listening. Okay, so that is why it's important to gain your audience attention, so that at least they are aware, they listen to what you are saying. Okay, the tone of voice, the intonation, the way you say things, what you ask, and so on. Okay. So the next one is what I'm trying to say is that you have to try to speak up. Okay, even though it looks simple, but silence does not build confidence. Okay, it's okay to make mistakes. If people ask you to speak, to talk, speak up. Okay, even though it's just one sentence, because the more you attempt, like I said, the faster the fluency becomes automatic. It doesn't have a shortcut. Oh, I attended this webinar, so I'm going to be better speaker of English. No, we don't have any shortcuts in speaking. Okay, it doesn't matter whether it's in English or in Malay. All right. Or just because we know how to speak Malay, does that make you a good Malay public speaker? No, I'm a bad Malay speaker. Okay, I'm a bad speaker of Malay language because I used to be good at it. I used to spend a lot of time on Malay debate, but because I did not practice much on Malay because my core is in English, and I spent a lot more time on English subjects and English courses and English speaking practices. I speak English every day and so on. So if you ask me to speak, I mean, I can speak in Malay, mestilah kan. Kita orang Melayu, takkan tak tahu tak cakap Melayu kan. But then if you ask me to give a public speaking in Malay, I would struggle. I have to prepare because nowadays, because I was given another job responsibility where instead of just being a lecturer, I have other admin work that I have to do, and one of the job requires me to give presentation in Malay these days, this year. It happens on this year, yeah. And I have to tell you that I struggle a lot. I struggle a lot, not because I'm not saying that, oh, tak pandai cakap Melayu. No, I know how to speak Malay. But to give a presentation in Malay, it is a struggle to me because I'm so used to teaching in English. All my subjects are obviously English. I major in English. And then suddenly, you have to switch mode and you have to give proper presentation with proper Malay language and Malay grammar. It fears me. It makes me nervous. Okay, it makes me nervous. But this is what I'm doing right now. I'm trying to attempt a lot more presentation in Malay because I know that I could not be fluent. It's not automatic, but you need to practice. So if you want to improve your presentation skills, you need to speak, even if it's simple, because silence, like I said, does not build confidence. Okay? All right. Now, saying that, okay, now let's take what do you call it? Let's do a little bit of activity, like a simple one, just to warm up. Okay. This time, I'm going to give a random fun word. Okay, so you're going to go around giving one sentence opinion. Okay, I'm not sure if everybody's here. Can I get a raise of hands of who are still here listening so that we can do this with those who are, yeah. Okay, raise your hands so that I can see. Okay, raise your hands. Let me check how many hands are raised. Okay, good. All right. Stay put your hands up, yeah, so that I know who to call. Okay, good. Very good. Wait, let me check the hand raise. How do I check the hand raise? Okay. Meeting. Where do I? Okay, good. All right. Let's do a round table. Okay, so let's just, okay, I'm just going to give you one word and I want you to instantly just say anything that comes to mind. Okay, this is impromptu speech. Yeah? Anything that comes to mind, your first word. Okay. Wait, how do I check the whole name list? I'm trying to check. Where do I check the name list? Everyone in this call, is it? Okay, I have the name list who raised their hands. Raise your hands more. I see only 4 now. Can you raise up your hand without putting it down? Okay, so the first one. Yeah, good. Very good. Okay, the first word. Mana first word tadi? Okay, K-pop. Okay, can we have Nurun Arifah? Any word that comes to mind when it comes to K-pop? not words. One sentence. Can you give me one sentence about K-pop? Any sentence. Any sentence about K-pop? Nurun Arifah? She's not here. Okay. Anyone else? Sorry, apa dia? Anything. Just one sentence.
I like listening to K-pop music.
Oh, that's it. Okay, good. Okay, anyone else wanted to elaborate on that? Any sentence, any other sentence about K-pop that you know of? Anything that is related to K-pop?
I love to see the K-pop group to dance and sing.
Okay, good. Okay, now make it 2 sentences. Anyone? Just a quick one. 2 sentences of K-pop. Anything about K-pop? Noha, maybe? If you don't listen to K-pop, you just say, oh, I hate K-pop. Okay. I love to see survival show for K-pop group. Okay, it's because... mana tadi? I could not read your comments. Okay, because I love to see my bias. Okay, I have to learn about bias. All right, next one. Next word is zombie. Anyone would like to give it a try? Any sentence about zombie, or you can elaborate. If you feel more confident to elaborate or to yap about zombie, you're free to say so. Okay, anyone wants to say something about zombie? Train to Busan is one of the scariest movie about it's one of the scariest movie about zombie that I've watched. I would prefer you to voice it out. Can you voice it out so that I can hear your voice this time around? Shown in horror stories and movies. You're typing it down. You're not voicing it out. Can you switch on your speaker and say it out loud to the camera? You don't even have to switch on your mic. Just switch on your microphone so that I can hear your voice. Zombie is scary but funny when eating people. Yeah. Like, you can talk about your favorite zombie movie. I think mine is also Train to Busan. Yeah, and there are a lot of dramas on zombies as well, like Zombie Apocalypse or what was that one? Japanese dramas. 28 Weeks Later. Have I seen that one? I think I have, but I cannot remember which one is that. Yeah, maybe. So if you know the topic, for example, about zombie, so you just talk about it. This is actually, this speaking activity, I just asked for one sentence, but this is actually a good way for you to practice on your speaking. Means that any words, what comes to mind, you just talk. First, you just talk about it. For example, about zombie, you just give one sentence. If you're feeling more confident, you just say 2 sentences, and then you increase to 3 sentences. So the more you practice, the more you are able to increase the number of words and the number of sentences that you use to elaborate the points. Okay, now let's take a look at number 3. TikTok. I think we did on TikTok just now. Skip lah. Okay, next one. Viral. Anything that goes viral these days? Any viral news that you've read recently? Anyone? Can you tell me some viral news that you have read recently? Can you speak up about it? Can you elaborate? Or tell me what viral news that you have read recently? Anyone?
Corruption about zakat.
Zakat. What about zakat? Can you explain?
They took like many billions money for their own safe.
Yeah, I've heard about that one. And the one that was caught was on TikTok, right? He was like
Yes.
quite famous on TikTok, right? Yeah. Okay, Hakim, you said chewy Dubai chocolate. Can you explain a little bit about chewy Dubai chocolate? What about chewy Dubai chocolate, Hakim? It's become famous in TikTok. What's the most viral food these days? I know there are like trends on viral food. We have like Dubai chocolate, and at one point everybody is eating everything with cheese. And they eat ayam gepuk at one point was trending. Mochi was trending. Can you explain about mochi, Zulaikha? When was it trending? Is it now or recently? Is it mochi? Is it the latest trend, mochi? Streetwear for young generation. Oh, okay, this is interesting. Okay, Ira, can you explain a little bit about streetwear for young generation? What kind of clothing do they wear? I don't want to check on the. Can you switch on your what do you call that? Your microphone so that I can hear you. This is just a conversation, yeah. I just want to communicate with you so that conversations with your friends as well, it can improve the way you speak, the way you communicate. Oh, your background is very loud, unfortunately. Okay, all right. Okay, no, never mind. Anyone else? What are other viral news that you have learned or have known these days? You know, I've seen ayam gepuk, famous ayam gepuk every day. Desserts, yes. What's the current trend in desserts? You should probably know about this. Dubai chewy cookies. Dawisha, can you elaborate using your microphone?
Assalamualaikum, madam.
Waalaikumsalam.
Okay, so basically like the trend ongoing these days in desserts especially is Dubai chewy cookie. It's because it kind of gives like a new look to cookies. Like we're usually used to hard, crunchy cookies, and then there's like chewy. So it makes people curious, like what is the texture like, and is it really good? And the thing is that when people taste this Dubai chewy cookies, they actually like, oh my god, I like this, and which is why it turned viral.
Okay. Any other viral food other than chewy cookies that you know of?
I think it would be matcha, honestly. It's not a food, but it's a drink. But matcha is in almost anything, like cookies, cakes,
yes,
drinks.
And they put it in food, in savory food as well.
Yeah, actually, it's even in and pistachio. Like at first it was just like Dubai chocolate with the pistachio sauce, the yao yogurt with the pistachio sauce. And then when I scrolled TikTok one day, there was ayam gepuk pistachio, and I was like, oh
yes,
yeah.
I just saw that yesterday. Ayam gepuk pistachio.
Yeah, but the thing is that pistachio is a nut. It can actually be savory and it can actually be sweet. So I feel like ayam gepuk pistachio would actually be something that is quite a new thing to taste, and it's not really going to be awful. I think it'll be quite good.
Are you sure?
Because pistachio in its essence isn't really sweet. It's just like nutty flavor, like peanut, like cashews and so on. So like how peanut is used in sambal, how it's used in ayam gepuk, but at the same time you can use it for peanut butter, for like sweet.
Just a replacement for another peanut related food, is it?
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Interesting that you mentioned ayam gepuk pistachio, because I think when viral trends, like especially when a certain food is going viral, right? At first it was cheese. Remember how everything they put cheese on it? Everything is about cheese. And then there comes like soft cookies and Dubai chocolate cookies. Like every dessert available is all on Dubai chocolate cookies. And then comes matcha. to the extent that the matcha production was getting critical because everybody's using matcha in everything. Like it's I mean, the demand was so high that they could not even cope up with the demand anymore. They could not produce matcha as much as the demand wants, and it's happening with pistachio now. Okay, I've just read news recently that pistachio is becoming the demand for pistachio is so high that they could no longer excuse me, they could no longer keep up with the demand. Okay, so because and it's on the decline because the demand is so high. I'm not so sure about the obsession about this, and I think in Malaysia and even among students, it's ayam gepuk, right? And I've seen some weird combination of viral food as well, especially ayam gepuk. For example, I once read, or is it on TikTok, that they have what it's called ayam gepuk ice cream. I've seen nasi lemak ice cream, but that was the first time I saw ayam gepuk ice cream. You can scroll your TikTok and check. There was ayam gepuk ice cream, and it was created by a cafe in Kedah. For me, it's a no-no. Not all food can be put ayam gepuk inside. Okay, but that's what viral food does to you. Now back to viral thing. Okay, Ira said niche outfits is becoming more mainstream in the fashion world. Can you explain, Ira, what kind of niche outfit that you are referring to? Can you describe the niche outfit that you are referring to? Niche outfit. What kind of outfit? What are they wearing? Niche outfit. I think the trend now is back to the 90s, you know. When I was in university, I was in the 90s. No, not in the 90s. I was in early 2000. My university was in early 2000. Okay, whimsy. Oh yeah. I think these days, students these days, because you know, so one thing fascinating about becoming a lecturer is that over the years, I've seen lots of fashion among students. So it's kind of fascinating going from fashion to fashion. Yeah, fashion. I mean, the fashion trends of what students wear to class. There was one time I remember that was the years of the skinny jeans, and everybody goes to class wearing skinny jeans. I mean, they wear skinny jeans. Okay, state of the world is getting depressing, so people are trying to find enjoyment, entertainment in anything. Yes, I agree with that. Okay, the state of the world is getting depressing these days, but it doesn't mean that, yeah, people are trying to find enjoyment or entertainment in anything else, because you can't stay being depressed. Okay, it's not good for you, it's not good for anyone. So people are trying to find other enjoyment or other entertainment. Okay, so that is why people are getting more creative. Okay, that is why the creative industry works that way. Okay, so back to fashion. These days, I think I've noticed the trends is like going back to the 90s. Like everybody was like wearing loose clothing, like very beach looking clothings, like very huge pants, loose t-shirts, and sometimes very whimsical as well. Baggy, yes, that's the word. Thank you, Hakim. I was looking for that word. Yeah, baggy clothing. And you know what? That was during my years. And I was like looking at you guys. I was talking to my friend the other day. I was like saying that, oh, look at them. They were wearing just like us. You know, I should show you. No, I cannot. I should show you what I wore. During you know, you will remember the time when you were students, right? During my student era, what I usually wore was like very baggy jeans and checkered t-shirt. Okay, checkered shirt, baggy jeans. That's what you guys are wearing these days, right? Checkered shirts or baggy jeans or like loose t-shirt. So that's what they're wearing these days. And after that, there was the time where you guys are wearing, not you guys, I mean students, yeah, back then, they are wearing skinny jeans. Everybody was wearing skinny jeans, very tight clothes. That was an eyesore time. Okay, they were wearing tight clothing, very tight shirt. Itu PB selalu marah tu, selalu kena saman masa tu. So nowadays, you guys jarang kena saman sebab mematuhi etika pemakaian UiTM. Jadi saya suka zaman-zaman awak sekarang. Okay. Back then, your seniors, your super seniors, maybe mother, parents, your sisters ke apa, I think it was early, I mean not early, 2011, 12, 13, masa tu zaman skinny jeans tau. It was during the skinny jeans and tight clothes, and they painted fingernails, and they wear like, you know, eyeliners, black eyeliners. It's like the grunge, alternative grunge, you know, that kind of trend. So emo, maybe you call it emo. Okay, so those were the days where you have to face this kind of students in your class. Rockers era, yes, Rockers era, you can see that. Those were the days that I have to face students in class, and you have to comment on them. And MPB was working very hard those days. That's all I can say. They were working very hard. You know, with painted fingernails, black painted fingernails. I remember one student came to class with black painted fingernails. But that was a trend, and you remember those trends, okay? My Chemical Romance was famous during that era. Yeah, My Chemical Romance, it was during my era as well. But I was not a fashion forward person, so I always wear what I wanted to wear. Yeah, but I do have friends who are so in trends, and they will always be in trend with that. Okay, I'm not sure whether I have pictures, maybe later. Yeah, but during my time, it was like big baggy jeans, checkered clothings, and like cotton bawal tudung. So when I see you guys going to class these days, and I saw, like, you know, even baju kurung has trending things, you know. During my time, it was like cotton. These days, everybody's wearing cotton. And I was like looking at you guys, oh my God, it reminds me so much during the fashion of my years. And it was like ages ago. So means that fashion are coming back in circle, right? Okay, fashion are coming back in circle. Okay, talking about this, now reflect back to our first session just now. What I just told you, what I just elaborated with you guys, our conversation just now about fashion. I explain my point that your fashion and my generation, my era of fashion, my student years of era of fashion is similar. That was my point. Okay, notice that, yeah? That was my point. Then I elaborated how it looked like now, how it used to look like during those era. And you added up the elaboration as well. Emo, baggy, rockers era, and you include information about why it's happening. The world is getting depressing, and about my Chemical Romance. Those are examples, and that is what makes the discussion more interesting. Why? Because you include examples that are relatable. Okay, you include examples that are relatable. So that is how, it's not just conversation that can be interesting, but if you keep this, then you can improve in terms of elaborating your points as well. Okay, baru 4 topik ni. I'll just go a little bit. What time are we supposed to finish? I need to check the time. Just in case, if I hope I'm not dragging. Okay, I have few more topics, but I think wait, what was the time? Forgot the time. We're supposed to finish by 11:35. We have 10 more minutes. Okay, I'll go forward. I have like how many slides more to go? Oh, only 3 slides more to go. Okay lah, on time kan. So I think I'm going to choose, I think maybe we can just push for the next slide. Sila, okay, for 3 more slides, okay? Because I think it requires more time as well. Now, like I said, in terms of overcoming the fear, your audience isn't looking for a robot. So when we're talking, it more humans. When we communicate like this, when I ask you for opinion, your audience isn't looking for a robot. They're looking for a human with a message. Means that it's okay to make mistakes, and mistakes won't ruin your talk, even though if it ruined mine before, but it doesn't stop me from talking still. You're humans, you make mistakes and you move on for it. It's still stuck in me, but that is how I learn to improve myself. Okay, so because yeah, maybe it says that one mistake won't ruin your talk, but your passion will save it. So it's like saying that if you are into public speaking like this, okay, it will help you once you start improving in terms of how you talk, in terms of how you communicate. Conversations can be a good communication skills, not just good communication skills, but also good practice of how to be a better speaker. Okay. Okay, now let's do a little bit of speaking activity. Okay, this time I know you've done this, maybe some of you have done this in class before, but I'm not so sure. Let's just do a simple one. Okay, so I'm going to show you a picture. So I want you to elaborate as many points as you can. The descriptive, this is descriptive, yeah. So first, when you see the picture, you identify key elements in the picture. You look for people, you look for object, activities, the scenery in the picture, and then you elaborate. You discuss each element in detail. What does it look like? What it's doing? The position in the picture. I want you to describe in detail, yeah? And then you give example. Example as in, I can see the sky is blue. It looks like it looks like it's a shiny day. It's not in monsoon season. So you compare two situations. So you give examples, and then I want you to relate to your own personal experience. Any elements in the picture, you can relate to your personal experience. So I'm going to give you time, maybe a minute, to look at the picture. Okay. This is AI generated, but let's see the picture. I'm sure you're familiar with this. Okay. Can you elaborate what you see in the picture? Verbally, maybe, hopefully. What do you see? Can you describe them? This is actually an example of how you can improve your vocabulary skills. Because this is not structured, right? But the more you explain, the more you can know, you can improve in terms of your adjectives, the adjectives that you use, the vocabulary that you use when you want to describe something. So this activity, you can do it on your own. You just take any picture and you describe the picture. So when you're going to do training for your public speaking, this is one way to do it. You just take a picture among yourself. Okay, you explain. And I'm going to ask questions, for example. So what do you see in the picture? Anyone? What do you see in the picture? Okay. Bonding, sharing session in reunion time. Okay. Anything else that you see in the picture? Details. It's all in the details. What are they wearing? What are they eating? A group of people enjoying their food at Ayam Gepuk restaurant. Oh, is it Ayam Gepuk? Is it food store? Are they eating Ayam Gepuk? I don't think they're eating Ayam Gepuk. What are they eating? They're laughing. Okay, expressions, yeah. They're laughing. They're looking happy. What else can you say? Nasi ayam, batik. Okay, good. They're wearing floral design clothing. Yeah, it looks like a Malaysian scene, right? So you can relate to Malaysian scene. Okay, what else can you note? What else did you notice in the picture? Let me zoom in. Okay, what else did you notice in the picture? What are they having? Yeah, they're probably eating during lunch hour. I like that one because you are giving probability, you are making assumptions. That is actually a good skill to have. Okay, the restaurant is busy with customers. Yes, you are making connection. Oh, this is probably lunch hour. It was crowded with people, multiple races. Yeah, you can see this is a Chinese maybe, right? These are Malays. And what are they having? Did you see what they are having? What food is that? Is it nasi lemak? I think some of them are eating nasi lemak, right? This is nasi lemak. What are they having? What drinks are they having? Can you describe what drinks are they having? Where are they? Teh o ais, sirap limau. Oh, I need to have teh o ais for lunch. It looks so good. Maybe we should have teh o ais for lunch or sirap limau for lunch. So they're having like some soup, spicy food. Okay. What else that you notice? Can you relate to your personal experience? What personal experience that you know of? When you look at this picture, what personal experience can you relate to? Can you relate to your own personal experience? Have you been in these kind of places before? Have you been to these kind of places before? Waiting too long for food. Because it's probably lunch hour. So they were probably classmates. No, not classmates. Office mates. Do they look like they're working or do they look like they're students? I think they are working, right? Yeah. So you can talk about your experience waiting too long for food because there are so many people around the area. Okay, the food court. I think this is probably near the food court. And where are they? Kuala Lumpur. So you look for clues like this when you are elaborating. So this is actually one of the ways that you can use. I'm just giving you tips. Yeah, one of the ways that you can use to what do you call that? To help you to elaborate, to improve on your vocabulary. So you take any picture and elaborate on it. Okay, and I think it's good as well if you want to improve, especially for debaters. Okay, you can start by describing pictures like this first, and then you can start by going through the topics, like simple topics, and then elaborate on that topics based on the outline that I have explained in our first session just now. Okay, so that would be a good training for you guys if you want to do trainings, because I've received questions of how do we do trainings for English debate and so on. Practice on fluency first, practice on vocabulary by describing pictures like this, and also you can practice on by giving topics and elaboration in terms of organization of points. Okay, the P method, right? The P method: points, explain, and an example. Okay. All right, so I think I have two more exercise sebenarnya, tapi tak apa. Now it's already 11:34. This is the last slides that we're going to have. Okay, my point is, before I conclude this one, okay, this session is all about the art of thinking and speaking on your feet. What we did was we did a lot of brainstorming, elaborating, and the use of vocabularies. I mean, how to widen up your vocabulary skills, how to increase the confidence level. In terms of, we talk about what do you call that? Why it's important to understand. Why do you need to be good at public speaking? Okay, it's good that you organize something like this. I'm not sure what happened to the rest of the students, but it's fine. Okay, as long as you're able to listen to this, at least if you get the gist of it. Okay, usually in class kan, let me share you. Yeah, let me share you something about what happened in class. Usually in class, for online what do you call the online classes, we're not expecting you to get 100% from what you have heard during your online classes, but we're expecting you, if you get at least 60-70%, then that's good enough, okay, of what is presented to you. But if you manage to get up until 80% of what is been lectured upon, then that makes you, like I said, more valuable than 99% of your peers. Okay, so thank you. I think basically that's it. I'll stop here, and the next session will be on I think it's on mastering your stage and performance, and we're going to learn a little bit on the differences between verbal delivery and non-verbal delivery. Okay, so thank you. Thank you, everyone. So I'll give it back to the MC of the day.
Jadi para pelajar sekalian, ada pertanyaan yang nak ditanya kepada penceramah kita tak? Kalau tak ada, kita berehat sekejap sampai pukul sampai pukul 12.
12 eh?
Nak terus proceed?
Let's take like 5 minutes break, and then we proceed, and then maybe we can end it earlier so that if you have questions, you can ask after the third section. Okay, but let's take a break, like 5 minutes, 10 minutes break, eh?
Okay. Ida, dah boleh start ya?
Yeah, give me a second, give me a minute.
Okay.
Okay, I think we can start with the third one. Is everybody still here? Okay, can see lots of thumbs up. Okay, you guys ready for the last one? This is more interactive. Okay, so we are toning down. The third one, you guys are getting excited because we probably finished earlier today. Okay, so let's start with the third one, which is mastering your stage and performance. Okay, so these are also some tips that I can impart to you guys in terms of now you are aware of the outline that you're going to do, the speech outline that you're going to do, especially when you're doing your presentation. Doesn't matter, like I said, it doesn't matter what kind of presentation that you're doing, but at least you have you know how to prepare for the outline. Okay, to use the P method. Okay, the P method. Okay, and then I talk about boosting your confidence, and tips in terms of what are the practices that you can do to improve your way of thinking and your spontaneous delivery when you're giving speeches, when you're giving presentations. And the last one, it's about mastering your stage and performance. Mastering your stage and performance is all about now you know what to say. You already know what to say, and then how to improve, how to make it better in terms of clarity. And in the first session just now, somebody said, I think Ria said, right? Ria mentioned about her being you talk too fast. Okay, so this is for you. How to master your stage and performance. How fast should you speak? How slow should you go? When should you do your pauses? Okay, when should you emphasize certain words? Okay, to make sure that everybody would be able to understand your words. Right? Intonation, your pace. Okay, let us go one by one on that one. This is more relaxing, I hope. Okay, next one is what we call sorry, I dah tersalah ni sekejap Okay, next one is what we call, in this session, we're going to talk about two different types of delivery, okay? The first one is called verbal delivery And the second one is what we call non-verbal delivery, because communication, giving speeches, it's not just what you say to people. Okay, it's not just your voice that is important. It's two things. The first one is verbal delivery, means that what you project to people. And the second one is what we call non-verbal delivery. Non-verbal delivery, it doesn't come in a form of voice. That is something that you say without using your voice. What is it? Okay, what is it that you're saying without using your voice? Okay, that is what we call non-verbal delivery. So let's take a look at each section. So the first one, we're going to talk about verbal delivery first. Okay, verbal delivery. Verbal delivery means it comes from verbal, means that what you talk about, how you project your voice, how slow, how fast should you go with your words. What we call that is a speed. Speed. Okay, so the first one is what we called, these are the things that you need to be aware of, the skills in verbal delivery. These are the cues in verbal delivery that you need to be aware of when you are presenting, when you are using your voice. The first one, obviously, is what we called pronunciation or enunciation. Okay, pronunciation, enunciation. Enunciation is the way you move your mouth and project your voice, the words that you use. Okay, I'm always stressing on that because that is my volume and rate. My volume and rate is always goes like this. Yeah. Okay, so basically production and enunciation refers to the production of syllables or words according to some accepted standards as identified in any good dictionary. Okay, the syllable. For example, how do you pronounce certain words? Okay, how do you check your pronunciation of certain words? Why understanding the way people pronounce things are important. So for example, I can tell you that when it comes to pronunciation and enunciation, you need to understand whether, number one, what kind of language, what kind of English are you using? Are you using Malaysian English, British English, American English, Australian English, or you have no idea what kind of English that you're using? What kind of English that you think that you're using currently? Are you using American English, or there are two different types of English that are common in the world at world stage? Yeah, it's either American English or British English, or is it Malaysian English? So can you type down what kind of English language, that accents that you are using? Is it British English, American English, or a mixture of everything? Can you write it down in the chat box? Now reflect on your own. What kind of English that I am using? Am I using American English, American accent, British, mix, depending on mood? What else are you using? British English, American English. I use Brit if I'm feeling fancy. British. It's not British, it's oh, that's it. Yeah, British. Okay, okay, British English water. Okay, and that is T or T-A. What is that? Water. Tea and biscuits. Okay, tea and biscuits. Boa water. Boa of water. That is very exaggerative use of British English, right? I always joke with my students that people always say like Harry Potter drinks a lot of water in a bottle. Okay, Harry Potter. Hey. That sounds like Malaysian English, right? British English, actually, maybe I should share something with you guys. Okay, Oxford Dictionary, English, Oxford Learners. Okay, this is not part of the what do you call that, slides, but let me share a little bit in terms of how do you want to check in terms of the pronunciation that you are using, whether you are pronouncing it correctly. Okay, so for example, you can go to Oxford Learners Dictionary. Okay, and you can check. Okay, for example, there are two sounds here. One is British English, and this is American English. Okay, so basically you can check the correct pronunciation. But saying that, okay, so for example, I like to use the word this is how do you pronounce this? Croissant, croissant, croissant. There are so many ways to pronounce these words, right? And there are three ways of pronouncing these words that are given here. Okay, this is British English. This is American English. This is American English. I'm not going to click this because I did not sync it because this is from my other computer. Yeah? But you can check on your own in terms of the pronunciation. But I can assure you that British English, they pronounce it as croissant, song. Sengau kat belakang tu kan, croissant. Because this comes from French pronunciation. American English, this is croissant with stress on T, croissant. And some of them pronouncing it as croissant, croissant. Okay, this is croissant. So even British, I mean, not British, even English speakers, they pronounce this word differently because this is not their original. This does not come from the original language. Okay, it's French. So you should pronounce it as French. But saying that, it's okay because we are not French as well. So it's okay to pronounce it slightly different. It's like people pronouncing orang utan or durian. How do you pronounce orang utan or durian? Durian? I want to eat durian today. No, right? You say durian because durian comes from Malaysian word, right? So for example, the word durian, if it is pronounced by them, they say durian. Okay, durian. Okay, they pronounce it as durian, but it doesn't mean that you have to pronounce it as durian as well, because we are Malaysian and durian comes from the word, from a Malay word. Okay, as you can see here, the word origin comes from Malay durian or from duri, ton. So you should pronounce it as it is, like nasi lemak. Nasi lemak, no, that's wrong, totally wrong. So you should pronounce it as nasi lemak, nasi kerabu instead of rice to Wednesday, whatever. No, eh? And same goes. I think people joke about Harry Potter. Water. Okay. Okay. Now let's take a look at the word water. I pronounce this water because, as you can see here, the pronunciation for British is water. Water. They stress on the T. They don't silent the T. It's not water. Okay, it's water. Okay, they stress on the T. The American English, they I mean British English, they stress on the T, but they silence the R. The R is in brackets because they pronounce it as water. Okay, American English, they pronounce it as water. With all the those are American English. Okay, so you can check the correct pronunciation here, because if you check directly from like Google, for example, this is what the normal kids would do, pronounce. Okay, they would only give you one pronunciation, and you don't know whether you are using British English or American English. Okay, water, water. This is British pronunciation. Okay, American pronunciation, water, water, water. Okay, so slightly different pronunciation. You can check that pronunciation. But saying pronunciation, back to our topic, it's okay to use slightly different pronunciation, because after all, we are Malaysian. It's okay, but it doesn't mean that you can't learn to pronounce or enunciate clearly. Enunciation. Okay, I always told this to my students, how to improve on your pronunciation, your mouth exercise. Your mouth needs to be open, loud, and clear, especially if you are public speakers, you want to speak well, you need to open up your mouth well, okay, loud and clear, so that your voice projection will be loud and clear. It's just like singing, okay, singers, They have singing practices like R, E, O. So public speakers are similar. You need to practice on that. You need to practice word by words, emphasize on certain words and so on. Okay, so first practice, let's do this. Okay, this one. Wait, what was this one? Sorry, not this one yet. Okay, let's talk about the next one, volume and rate. Okay, why is this not? Why is this on speaker note? Sorry. Sorry ya. Terbuang pula. Okay, let me share it again. Okay, so now, okay, so this is enunciation and pronunciation and enunciation, the production of syllables of words. And the second one in terms of volume and rate. Okay, the volume is the intensity of your voice. Volume will vary according to several factors. For example, my volume is like this when I'm projecting my voice. This is I'm not sure whether this is my normal volume of voice, but this is what I projected to you. And my speech rate is at the speed, your speech rate is at the speed at which you speak. Is it fast? Is it slow? So you need to know when to use variations of your speech, especially your speech rate, in order to call attention to certain points and to add variety. Fast doesn't equal to good speaker. Okay, you need sometimes you need to pause. You need to emphasize certain words by going slower than usual. Okay, like what I'm just doing to you right now, I'm going slow because I want to emphasize certain words. Okay, why I'm doing this, it doesn't mean that I cannot speak fast, but it means that even if you speak too fast, if you're speaking too fast, it means that other people might have difficulties in understanding what you said. Okay, notice the volume, the rate, the intonation that I use. Okay, so when you are speaking, your intonation must be emphasizing on the points that you want to emphasize. So for those who are having difficulty speaking, slowing down their speech, try this exercise. Okay, you find one sentence and try to emphasize only when you see the keywords. You try to slower down your volume rate, your speech rate, and slower down your not volume, your pronunciation. You clarify your pronunciation one by slowing down your speed only on important information. If let's say, remember the P points just now: point, elaboration, and example. So when you are explaining about your point, make sure you go slow. Okay, you go slow, word by word. Don't eat your words. Don't eat your words. Okay, because when you go too fast, you have the tendency to eat your words. So go slow when you are emphasizing on your points. When you are elaborating, you can go a little bit faster. No point in that, because especially if you have a lot of things that you wanted to say, then you can go a little bit faster. But the moment you want to emphasize certain things, you go slower again. Okay, notice the tone of my voice. Okay, you go slower again. All right. And then when you're giving examples, you emphasize on the examples, but when you are elaborating your examples, you can go fast again. So that kind of practice in terms of identifying which one is the important part of your presentation. So for all those important parts in your presentation, you need to slow down a little bit. Okay. All right. Now, let's take a look at the next slide. Okay, now this is critical thinking improves communication skills. Okay, critical thinking improves communication skills. Okay, now let's do a little bit of practice. Okay, anyone, are you still here? Can you raise up your hands if you're still here? Okay, good. Okay, Arif, Hakim, Arif, who else? Nurun, Arifah, Zulaikha. Okay, I can see some hands. Okay, now, good. Okay, I see new names. Okay, good. Syed Muhammad Izzuddin. Okay, good. Imani, very good. You're listening. Okay, now let's do the first practice. You have your WhatsApp group, right? Now let's look at the WhatsApp group. Okay, critical thinking improve communication skills. Now this is what I want I want you guys to do. I want you to record your voice and post it in that WhatsApp group. Don't be scared, okay? This is just the first practice, okay? What I want you to do is that say this sentence firstly in a normal voice. Okay, can you record? Can somebody record your voice? You know the WhatsApp group, they have voice recording, right? Okay, let's spam the WhatsApp group. There's so many people there. Let's spam it so that everybody will listen to it. Okay, can you record your voice and say in normal voice? Critical thinking improves communication skills. Can you do that? All right. Okay. I give you like say 1 minute, not even 1 minute. It will just take a few seconds. Okay, say that in normal voice. Critical thinking, so that those who are not listening, they would be confused when you posted that. Okay, critical thinking improves communication skills. Okay, just say normal voice. Or critical thinking improves communication skills. Whatever tone that you're going to use, post it like using your normal voice. Okay, I saw somebody is using voice message. Okay, normal voice first. Okay. Let me hear. I hope you can hear this.
Critical thinking improves communication skills.
Oh, can you hear that? Good, very good. Anyone else wanted to give it a try? Your normal voice, very good. Okay, next one. Let's just have, if you manage to do another one, it's better, yeah? Second one, a fast one. How fast can you go? Okay, so I think this one is Jusril. Who is this? Aril, eh? He did it in 6 seconds. Okay, now can somebody do it in shorter time? Can you do your fast voice? How fast can you say this sentence? Also post it in the group. Critical thinking improves communication skills. Critical thinking improves communication skills. Critical thinking improves communication skills without making mistakes. How fast can you go? Okay, what about the rest? How fast can you go for this one? Okay, let me hear.
Critical thinking improves communication skills.
Wow, 3 seconds, yeah. 3 seconds. Anyone else can do it fast enough? Can somebody else do it as well? Fast. Okay. Anyone else wanted to give it a try? Don't be shy. I told you, silence doesn't get you anywhere. You need to practice. It's just a voice. Right? Okay, next one. Robot voice. Can you do a robot voice? How do you do a robot voice? Means that there's no intonation. It's just flat. It's like AI voice. AI voice, do AI voice? I think AI voice has intonation, a little bit of intonation, but try to use robot voice to voice out the same sentence. Can you do that, anyone? Any robot voice around? Anyone? Come on. You've been quiet. Dia suruh thumbs up, semua thumbs up. Dia suruh letak voice, semua struggle Come on, any robot voice? For those who are not yet in chat. Just now is Iril Okay. Anyone else? Can I have at least one robot voice in the chat group? Okay, somebody is doing that. The next one is more interesting, Okay, Ria is posting. Let me read.
Critical thinking improves communication skill.
Okay, that one is robot voice. I'm not so sure, but it's fine. At least you give it a try. Okay, next one. Loud voice. Now let's wake everybody up in the WhatsApp group. What's your loud voice is like? Okay, when you're doing your projection, loud voice means you have to project loudly in front. Okay.
Kalau mak dah tidur syok sangat ke ni?
Is that yes, Adam?
Sekejap.
Adam, do you want to say something?
Dah sedap macam ni memang siapa tak tidur pada. Tu ada loceng tu tak guna tu.
Muhammad Adam. Okay, now he goes quiet. Okay, can somebody do the loud voice on WhatsApp? Okay, last one Can you do the loud voice in WhatsApp? There are two more, but I think I'll skip that one. Okay. Okay, let's see from Hani.
Critical thinking improves communication skill.
Very good. Okay, loud voice actually your projection is going to be very loud. Okay, that is what I said. When I say that it depends, the voice projection actually depends on the situation. Situation here, factors here refers to where you are. For example, this is my personal experience. When you are in the classroom, for example, classroom has different types of classroom. Sometimes when you are at the lab, like Makmal Bahasa, they have this environment where your voice will be projected very nicely because all the rooms do not have any windows, or all the windows are closed, and it's like a very your voice projection will be very clear because there's no other voices around you. But if you are in an environment where it requires you to speak loudly, then you have to project your voice louder. Especially, I think I always struggle when I have classes at 2C1, 2B1, you know, the huge classes, and it was separated by the, you know, they have like the partition, okay, the partition. That was quite a struggle because you can hear from the other class, because the voice is the voice spread is different. So the volume will vary according to factors of where you are, where your environment is, and your variation, your speed and variation in rate also different from one place to another. Okay, all right, now let's do no, this one no need. Okay, now the next one is what we call articulation. Okay, articulation. Articulation is the movement of the speech organs make as they modify and interrupt the air stream you send from the lungs. Okay, this is what I said. Okay, I need to go closer to the camera so that you can see my face and my mouth. Okay. Articulation is about the mouth projection. Okay, it happens somewhere around your neck to the what do you call that, to your lungs. Okay, the movement of your speech organs. Speech organs means your mouth, your tongue, your teeth, and your, what do you call this? I forgot what you call this. I'm not sure. But the whole projection, the any speech organs that produce your voice from your stomach kan. Your speech organs ni, your apa nama, trachea. I have no idea. I'm not good at science anyway. But these are the speech organs that make they modify and interrupt the air streams you send from the lungs. Okay, so the voice projection, okay, the different movement of the speech organs. For example, the way you move your tongue. Okay, if you put your tongue in front, that is how your accent can differ. If you are using Terengganu accent, for example, your tongue, they have like the ngung at the back here, kan? Your lips, where you put your lips, whether you close your lips totally, the way you pronounce the word S, can you see how the air goes out from your teeth, in between your teeth? Okay, the way you project your tongue, okay, those plays a role in terms of how you pronounce certain words. This is what we called articulation, because it produces different sounds. Okay, in terms of your palate, teeth, vocal cord is different. I'll give you an example. Okay, I'll give you an example of the word the. T-H-E, the. How do you pronounce the? Where is the placement of your tongue? Okay, let me close this up. This one is closed up. The. Okay, see my what do you call that? My mouth. The. Now the. Okay, but the. Okay, the tongue is not outside the teeth, but slightly inside. How do I say this? Dia dekat dalam sikit kan. But it's not on top of your lelangit. You don't pronounce it as the. It's different pronunciation. The and the. Okay. Listen carefully. The and the. Because Malaysians, we have trouble, especially the Malays. There is no such word in our dictionary, the word the. We have the, but we don't have the. That is why some people having trouble pronouncing the, and instead they pronounce it as the. Okay, like the cat. Apa lagi yang ada? The cat, the mum. Okay, kita tak sebut the mum, the cat. No. Okay, we pronounce it as the mum, the cat. But there is no such word in Malay dictionary that starts from the. Okay, the what? The tak ada kan? Day one. Tak ada. So that is why we have trouble pronouncing certain words that starts with the. We tend to pronounce it as the. Okay. Same goes like a Korean and Japanese pronunciation. They have problems pronouncing the word L. Okay, the word L. So they always change it to something else. For example, they have it in the pronunciation table because they have using different, what do you call it, Hangul kan, contoh Korean like the actor's name, Lee, any actor's name that start with Lee, you pronounce it as Lee. They spell it as like Lee Guangsu. Okay, Lee Guangsu. We call it Lee Guangsu, but Koreans, they don't call it Lee Guangsu. They call it Yi Guangsu. E. They silent the L because L is not in their dictionary at all. Okay, they call it Yi Guangsu. But in British, in what do you call that? Roman spelling, they put the letter L. But in their pronunciation, they don't have L. So that is why articulation is different based on where you are. I think Japanese, they cannot pronounce certain words as well. Okay, so let's do this practice. Okay, now this is a tongue twister. This is actually helpful for your articulation practice if you want to improve in terms of your pronunciation, your enunciation, your articulation. So you can do a lot of pronunciation practice like this one. Okay, now can you do this? Record this. Okay, record this. I'm going to give you time. This time I'm going to give you like 2 minutes to practice, and then you record this and you paste it, you post it in the Bengkel group WhatsApp. Okay, so that I can hear it, so that other people can hear it as well. Okay, so this is a good practice. So how do you pronounce this? If two witches were watching two watches, which witch would watch which watch? Watch, or how do you pronounce watch? Watch is or watch. Not watch, watch, or. Okay, so your articulation of your, if you say watch, watch, is different, yeah? So that is what we call articulation. Articulation. Okay, so keep them coming. If two witches were watching, okay, I give you time lah, senang. Okay, let me put this on time, show timer. I give you 2 minutes to do this. If you need to practice beforehand. Okay, if two witches were watching two watches, which witch would watch which watch? Okay, try to do this using the right pronunciation, using the right tone. You don't need to go too fast about it. As long as you know where to pause, you want to put in the pauses at the comma there. If two witches were watching two watches, which witch would watch which watch? Okay, what I would suggest is the first part here, before the comma, you can say it like slowly because you want to emphasize the words. The last part, which witch would watch which watch, you can say it a little bit faster. Okay, now let's try it. Okay, I'll give you time to practice and then paste it. Okay, the more people post it, the more you're not going to be embarrassed about it. Okay, I know it's struggling, but it's fine. It's just you guys. You're going to delete this group afterwards anyway. Okay. Can you record your voice and post it in the Bengkel group WhatsApp? Keep them coming, okay? I'll give you more time. Don't worry. I know it's always a struggle to start a sentence, okay? But like I said previously, if you don't do it now, silence won't get you anywhere. It's just a sentence and you're just reading it out loud. I'm not asking you to elaborate certain sentences. We did that before, right? In the second session. This one is just a practice on pronunciation. So you just read it, but try to improve in terms of your enunciation and articulation of voice. Okay, very good. Lots of people are posting them. Good. If two witches will watch witches. What do you know what words that you're struggling to pronounce with? Some people they are aware. Like I said before, awareness is part of the improvement as well. So if you are aware on certain words that you struggle with, and you can keep on improving on your pronunciation of those words. Like for example, because I always give myself as example because I don't know, because I cannot relate with someone else. Of course, I can use my own personal experience. Okay, my personal experience is that I'm always struggling with words that comes from French words like croissant, croissant. What are other words? Haitian students would probably know, those who are learning French. There are certain words that are so struggling for me to pronounce. I struggle a lot when pronouncing those words. Okay, so it's okay. You are still learning. We are still learning. I am still learning as well on pronouncing certain words. Okay, so yeah. Okay, okay. Lots of you guys are doing this. Okay, let me check.
If two witches were watching two watches, which witch would watch which watch?
If two witches were watching two watches, which witch will watch which watch?
Okay, good.
If two witches were watching two watches, which witch would watch which watch?
Which would watch
Two
which watch?
witches were watching two watches, which witch would watch which watch?
If two witches were watching two watches, which witch should watch which watch?
Two witches were watching two watches, which would watch which watch?
If two witches were watching two watches, which witch will watch which watch?
Okay, there's another one.
Two witches were watching two watches, which witch would watch which watch?
Okay, interesting. Okay, why I choose this one? Okay, there are a lot of other tongue twisters that you can use with like Peter Piper picked a pack of pickled peppers, or Betty bought a butter and the batter that Betty bought was Peter. Okay, so every tongue twister actually is a play on certain how you articulate certain words. So in this case, they as you can see, the phrases here, they focus on the words like witches, watches, watching, which, would, W and ch. Okay, ch and W. Which, watch, watch. Okay, oh, timer up. Okay, I just stopped the timer lah. Okay, wait, let me pull down the timer. Okay, so one of the things that I've noticed, okay, some people they are struggling on certain phrases or certain words, yeah. Like for example, Terengganoians, they struggle on the words that because we have what was the word again? Pick, pick, like Peter Piper pick a pack of pickled peppers. Okay, for example, yeah, Terengganoians, we have trouble because I'm from Terengganu. I can say that about Terengganoians. So like the word picked, P-I-C-K-E-D, picked. Okay, you have to emphasize the word de. But when you say Terengganoians, we tend to silent the ending of certain words. So instead of picked, you tend to say pick. Pick. So the same thing to this one. I've also some of my students, some of the students, okay, Malaysian especially, when you say watching, okay, I think you guys are good ones because it's very clear the way you pronounce it. Witches, watching, watches. Because some people, they are struggling with the word watching. They tend to say washing. Instead of watching, you say washing. Okay, I was watching television instead of watching television. Watching television and watching television are two different things. Okay, so you have to emphasize the word t there, watching. So this is where articulation comes in. Your mouth need to be loud and clear. Okay, you have to open up your mouth a little bit more in order to pronounce things. And if you know that you are having trouble on certain pronunciation, keep on practicing on the same word over and over again until you are able to use that word clearly. And I think these days with the AI coming in, I think it's good that now you are able to talk to AI directly, and they are able to respond to you directly. So it creates a good experience talking and communicating with like speakers of the language, because AI, they have like British English, American English. So all you have to do is that you can just talk to your AI, you can just talk to your ChatGPT to Gemini. They would be able to respond you immediately. And that is actually a good way of practicing your communication skills, your language. Okay, that is one good way. Occur. Yeah, I have problems on certain words as well. It doesn't come to mind what word are those, but yeah. So if you are not sure on certain words that you are unfamiliar with or you're struggling with, practice on those words many times. Okay, listen to certain pronunciation and try to produce the same pronunciation. Water, 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 water. I cannot do American pronunciation. I'm bad at doing American pronunciation because I use British English, but with a mixture of American, not American, Malaysian English, because I'm Malaysian as well, right? But I always believe that it's good that we can learn about how to enunciate certain words using the right articulation. Means that the right placement of our tongue, the right placement of our voice. So let me share with you speech. What do we get? Yeah. Okay, the right placement of our tongue, the right placement of our vocal cord. Let me share you the speech organs. I forgot to put in the diagram. Okay, let me share you with this tab instead. Okay, this is what we call a speech organ. Wah, tiba-tiba belajar sains hari ni. Okay, let me show you example of speech organs. Okay, I have to learn this when I was doing my degree. This is what I learned. This is what language people learn, because we need to learn. Oh, this is esophagus. This is body. This is this is lips, teeth. Where are they, and where is the words coming from? Okay, speech organs. Let me share diagrams. Yeah. Wait. Language learning. Okay, let me look at where the words are coming in so that you know where the words, is this it? Okay, articulation organs. Now we're learning a little bit of science, yeah. Okay, but it's good if you are able to learn this. Okay, I don't know whether this is it. No, not this one. Is this one? No. Not this. Is this? Where is it? Organ speech, upper lips, lower lips. On this one, speech organs. Function of speech organ. No. Okay. I share these tabs. Okay. This is what we call speech organs. Okay, I'll zoom in. Okay, so you need to know where your placement of your teeth, your lower lips, your upper lips, alveolar ridge. You don't need to memorize this, but I'm just showing how certain people, they pronounce things differently because of our articulation. So it's based on speech organs like this. Okay, so for example, the two lips serves for creating different sounds, mainly the labial, bilabial, the word p, b. Okay, at the lips, you closed your mouth. Okay, the two lips. Okay, p, b, okay, but then if you're using f, slightly the pronunciation, yeah. So I think the seniors also learn about this as well. I'm not going to go into details, but I'm just showing you that you can go complex on this, but as long as you, my point is that as long as you are able to practice the way where you put your tongue, where you place your especially your tongue, whether it's up here or in front or at the back, that is what's more important. Yeah, so just do a lot more practice, just listen to a lot more pronunciation, the right pronunciation, and do practice on that one, on the words that you are struggling with. Okay, now let's go to the next one. Okay, the next one is what we call pauses. Okay, pauses. Okay, pauses. Why mine is so slow? Okay, pauses. Okay, pauses are there are different types of pauses. The first one is the what we call fill pauses. This is what I want you guys to avoid when you are talking, when you are presenting. The use of the well, like you've noticed some people, they tend to say that words. Okay, and you need to understand you need to be aware of what kind of fill pauses that you tend to do it repeatedly. Okay. Mine, obviously, I like to say okay a lot. I still need to improve on that. Okay. See, it was like a habit of saying the word okay, okay. Right. So some people, they use the word I'm not saying that it's not okay, but try to reduce it. I use a lot of as well before. But once you are aware that you are using the fill pauses like well you know tapi kan for example, that is a habit, but a habit that can be fixed. Okay, a habit that can be fixed. How do you fix that? Okay, you fix that by replacing what you use, the word that you use, like the moment you realize that you are using that, you fill it with unfilled pauses. Unfilled pauses is silences. Silences interject into the normally fluent stream of speech, and silence can be effective in public speaking if used effectively. Okay, so if you put in silence, like pauses, people would be able to understand that, oh, you are trying to emphasize certain sentences, certain points, and this is important. See, where I put in the pauses and I stress on the word important. Okay, the focus is on the word important. Now, this is an example that I like to use in class. Okay, if you are saying this like without pauses, okay, if it is a statement like using your normal voice, if I ask you, do you agree with this statement? A woman without her man is nothing. Do you agree or disagree? If you disagree, gives a thumbs down. If you agree, we give a thumbs up. Agree or disagree? Ooh, I see a lot of that. Do you agree or disagree? Oh, lots of thumbs down. Are you sure you disagree with this statement? That's a controversial statement. You can start this using for a hook in your presentation. Okay, a woman without her man is nothing. Ooh, okay, nobody agrees with that. Okay, so this is an example of how pauses can mean different things. Okay, wow, you look angry, you look sad, you look scared. Okay, so when you are saying things like this, a woman without her man is nothing, it means that let me show the line tadi. Okay, I use pen here. Okay, a woman without her man is nothing. It is so controversial. It's like saying a woman cannot live without a man, right? Without her man. So that is quite controversial, and making a bold statement like a hook would be nice to be used if you're using this as a hook. But if you feel like, if you're saying this, a woman without her man is nothing, without any pauses, okay, we learn about pauses, right? This is unfilled pauses, means that you put silence in it. Okay, if you put them at the right pauses, then it can totally change the meaning of certain sentence. Okay, for example, what you are thinking right now, okay, if I put pauses here, a woman without her man is nothing. Okay, listen carefully, the pauses of where I put them. A woman without a man, without her man, is nothing. Okay, I put pauses after woman. I put pauses without her man, is nothing. Okay, a woman without her man is nothing. Okay, now, what happened if you put pauses at different places? Okay, so let's say this one I erase. Now, let's say if I put pauses up here, a woman, what does it say now? Do you think it means differently from the original thing that you're thinking about? Now you're shocked. Wow. Okay, a woman, without her, man is nothing. See where the pauses are? How pauses can change the whole meaning of a sentence. just by using pauses. Pauses is like comma. So it depends on where you put your pauses and how the same sentence can totally change, like opposite. Okay, giving the same, it's just a sentence. Yeah, people say it's just a sentence, but you see why pauses are important, because if you don't use it wisely, you don't emphasize certain words clearly, the meaning that you intend to give might be perceived differently to others. Like this one. Are you on the side of a man? Or are you on the side of a woman? Okay. So if you're saying the first part, a woman without her man is nothing. So you emphasize on certain words and you pause at certain words. It means different with a woman without her, man is nothing. I'm not saying that. Yeah? I'm not. I don't say that. This is just an example of how certain words can change meaning. Okay. Oh. Oh, I forgot to switch off my other mic. Okay. Let me erase this one. Okay. Now let's do another practice. This time, taking example from the pauses just now. Let me show you another one. Okay, we are towards the end already. Okay, this is the last one, I think. Oh no, not the last one. After this, we have like non-verbal delivery a little bit more. Okay, now this one is a statement, but it depends on the statement to mean whatever it is that you're trying to say. Okay, how many meanings that you can say coming from this statement? Is the person saying sorry? Is the person saying regret? How many statements that you can use this one? Yeah, in reverse narrative just now. Okay, what does it mean by this statement? What do you understand by this statement? I'm sorry, I love you. I'm sorry, I love you. Is that regret? Or is that, what stage of relationship are they in? I'm sorry, I love you. Which pause? Where should you put the pauses? If you don't put the pauses here, you are saying, what is it? After sorry, a comma between I'm sorry and I love you. Okay, let's put a comma after sorry. Okay, I'm sorry. Okay, let's not put a comma. Let's put a full stop first. Okay. 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 Okay, if you put a full stop, what does it mean? I'm sorry, I love you. What does it mean? When you say I'm sorry, I love you. Regret? Regret, sin, as in I'm sorry, I love you. Okay. Now I get what you're trying to say. Is it like I'm sorry, I love you? It's different. If you're regretting it, you're saying that I'm sorry, I loved you. Wow. There's no comma in between. Okay, there's no full stop in between. The whole sentence that probably a regret. Like, I regret knowing you. I regret loving you. Regret, but it's too late. Yeah. The regret, but it's because it's too late. But if you put in like 3 dots here, what does it mean now? I'm sorry. Pauses, yeah? The 3 dots also represent pauses. I'm sorry. I love you. What does it mean? That's like lovers' arguments and they're trying to make up. Right. I'm sorry. I love you. So it can be regret, like anger maybe, but then at the same time, it's like building up the relationship, like connecting back the relationship that is about to be broken. So this is an example of how pauses are used in statements or sentences. What if we put exclamation mark after I'm sorry? Okay. I'm sorry, I love you. Or you put in Okay, I'm sorry, I love you, or I think this one would be more interesting. If you say, full stop, I'm sorry, I love you, means that they're not sure that whether they love the person or not, the second person. Right. I'm sorry, I love you means that I want to say sorry to you, but I'm not sure whether I love you or not. Maybe. See, women are complex beings, okay? We analyze too much over simple things like this. Okay, so it depends on, like I said, sentences, it depends on the tone of your voice, the way you are pronouncing certain words. Okay, Filza said, I think for me, maybe the person macam blurting out feelings. Yeah, it depends on the tone of your voice as well. What tone are you using? Are you using the regret tone? Are you using a firm tone, slow tone, fast tone, fast kind of voice? So it depends on that one as well. Okay. So that is why the way you pronounce certain words, the way you use tone of voice, it emphasizes the meanings of words that you intend to use. Okay. All right. Now next one, just a little bit more. Almost done. 12:45. Okay. Next one is what we called non-verbal delivery. Okay, the first part just now is verbal delivery, the way you communicate, the way you use pauses, the way you use your pronunciation, you project your articulation. Okay, so the second part of delivery is what we call the non-verbal delivery. Non-verbal delivery are the thing that you cannot say. Like for example, in online classroom, online lecture like this, okay, I could not see you. So we are relying a lot on non-verbal delivery. Like I rely a lot on not on the chat room. I rely a lot in terms of your emojis, the emojis that you use, the emojis that you give. Okay, in order to. And who's that? Should I call names there? Who's that? Who's that? Nur Adibah. Adibah Nadra. Okay, never mind. Hopefully it does not interrupt. We're almost done, yeah? Nur Adibah Nadra, are you here? Do you have to say something? Adibah Nadra, your microphone is on. Okay, is it not? Never mind. Okay, so let's talk a little bit on non-verbal delivery. Okay, non-verbal delivery. Okay, now, in the chat box, can you send one emoji? Meme. You cannot send memes yet, right? On chat box, can you send one emoji that represents this emotion? The first one is excitement. What emojis do you use to show excitement? Okay. What emojis do you use to show excitement? Oh, okay. Any other emojis that you use? I know you guys use different emojis to show different things. Okay. Excitement. Come on. Okay, what about shocked? What do you normally use for shocked emojis? What do you normally use for shocked emojis? Okay, anger. Okay. Wow, skull emoji to show shock, is it? What about confidence? Okay, Filza said that is shock. Okay, what about confidence? If you're confident with yourself. Okay, the half smirk, Okay. Okay, what about confused but pretending to understand? Which emojis do you normally use? You're confused, but you're pretending to understand. Oh, there's a lot of emojis. You're confused, but you're pretending to understand. Okay. What about the last one? Tired, but you're still trying. Yeah. You're tired, but you are still trying. What emojis to represent that? Oh, okay. Yeah, I use this one as well. My tiredness, I use the one that Nuha used just now. That was my sign of tiredness. Oh, okay. Hen, are you using? Oh, that is what alien. Okay, that's something new. Okay, so my point is non-verbal is something that you don't use your voice, but you use other things to reflect on what you are feeling, to support your presentation. Online, for example, yes, we can use emojis, but offline, like when you're doing face-to-face presentation, for example, we rely on other methods. Like, for example, we rely on, what do you call that? Sorry, confusion dah cepat sangat ni. Okay, non-verbal cues. Non-verbal cues are things like facial expression, okay, your gestures, your hand gestures, for example, or your eye contact. Okay, make sure you know how to good use of eye contact. Okay, you how to look at people. You can learn on that. You can learn tips on that as well. In terms of your body language and posture, if it is online, make sure people are able to see at least half of you. Okay, means for example, I'm using my hand gestures a lot. Okay, even though I'm online. Proxemics, we talk about paralanguage just now, about the voice tone, the pitch, the volume. Proxemics means the closeness. If you're projecting your voice, you don't scream to the one facing you, like exactly facing you, right? So you need to tone down, you need to know how to control your voice based on the proximity, how far you are from your audience, how close you are from your audience. If your audience is closer to you, then you might want to tone down your voice a little bit. Okay, like when I'm presenting online, I don't shout, like my voice is not loud as when I am presenting in class, for example. Okay, so it depends. Yeah, silence, we learn about silence, and the way you project yourself when you're presenting, the way you wear what you wear when you are giving your presentation, that reflects how confident you are as well. Okay, and the way you touch something, okay, you use your hands gestures. Okay, so these are non-verbal cues that are required for presentation. Okay, you don't have to ask this one. So lastly, conclusion. Okay, take up 5 minutes extra. Okay, in conclusion, from all the 3 talks that I've given today, I have sore throat probably tomorrow for talking too much today. Okay, good speakers, they are not born. Okay, good speakers, they're not born. They are built through practice, structure, and courage. So if you have responded well to the workshop that we're having today, you are already part of becoming good speakers, because you are willing to participate, you're willing to learn about structure, you're willing to do practices, you're willing to record your voice. That requires a lot of courage, because usually when I do this in my class, it will take them a long time to finally post it in the group WhatsApp. But I think that is helpful. So if let's say this is for those who are in debating and public speaking, who are interested in debating public speaking. If you have like your own WhatsApp group, try to practice this instead of typing. Sometimes use voice recording, voice messages, because that can also help a lot when you want to polish your speaking skills. Okay, because practice makes perfect. And for those who are here to improve your presentation skills in class, for example, okay, remember the P method that I told you before. Okay, remember the P methods, the tips in terms of using AI. I hope you learned something from that. And most of all, the courage to improve. Okay, that is one step ahead of everyone already. All right. Okay, so I think basically that's it. So I end today's session Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. And I hope you learn something good from today's session. Back to the MC.
Terima kasih diucapkan kepada Dr. Wana Najmiah atas perkongsian ilmu yang sangat bermakna kita sebentar tadi. Semoga segala penerangan yang diberikan dapat membantu kita menambah pengetahuan dan memberi manfaat kepada kita semua. Hadirin yang dihormati sekalian, sebelum kita mengakhiri program kita pada hari ini, diminta semua pelajar untuk membuka kamera masing-masing bagi sesi bergambar. Kita buka sekejap kamera.
Nice to see all of you.
Sekejap Orang ada masalah teknikal sekejap. Satu, dua, tiga. Terima kasih diucapkan kepada semua yang hadir kepada majlis kita. Terima kasih sekali lagi diucapkan kepada penceramah kita atas perkongsian yang telah diberikan. Terima kasih juga kepada semua ahli-ahli yang hadir majlis kita pada hari ini. Kami pihak penganjur merakamkan setinggi-tinggi penghargaan kepada semua yang sudi hadir, meluangkan masa bersama kami sebagai penutup majlis bagi kita pada hari ini. Marilah bersama-sama kita membaca tasbih kifarah dan surah Al-Nas. Minta juga semua pelajar untuk tunggu sebentar bagi mengimbas kod kehadiran dan borang KI yang akan dipaparkan nanti. Borang kehadiran just 2 minit ya korang. Sekian daripada program kami. Wabillahi taufiq wa hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Pada yang dah siap isi merit dah boleh keluar ya.
Terima kasih.